man, couldn't stop one man, 'cause I've shot every gun. Winchester, Seagull, Kuno, Remington, Colt, Sterling, Smith and Wesson, Anfield, Armalite, Puckhead, Rico, Henry, Taurus, Luger, Browning, Weatherby, Caesar, Bentley, Kimber, VSA, shot Savage, HK. I shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man, there isn't one I shot, man, 'cause I've had so much fun, man, well I couldn't stop one man, 'cause I've shot every gun. 79 mil 2 338 7 40 42 22 73 365 30 32 73 45 10 gauge 12 gauge 60 gauge 20 gauge 4 10 feet bolt no tomato shot hole. I shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man, there isn't one I shot, man, 'cause I've had so much fun, man, well I couldn't stop one man, 'cause I've shot every gun. Lever action, pump action, open action, send all the full order on, no other combination, multi-barrel, double barrel, single barrel, muzzle loader, lock breech, valve release, knock, bolt, lock, minigun, zip gun, single action, double action, leaving gun, squad action. I've shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man, there isn't one I shot, man, 'cause I've had so much fun, man, well I couldn't stop one man, 'cause I've shot every gun. Bolter and Anschutz, Rocco, Lift, Navy, Arms, Oren, Marlon, Boyd, Style, Martini, Perez, Beretta, Sports Gold, Smash, Steven, DeLam, Masters, Gibbs, Springfield, Thompson, H&R, Sig, Halloween, shot a grease gun. I've shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man, there isn't one I shot, man, 'cause I've had so much fun, man, couldn't stop one man, I shot every gun. Yeah, well I couldn't stop one man, 'cause I shot every gun. This gun.
Dude, open that up. That's not going to look inside. That's ridiculous. You gotta love it.
Join Mark and Todd for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
12 gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in a 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Now you can feel that squeaky clean sensation like none other with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash is a unique natural formula not found in any other oral care products. With a gentle combination of zinc, folic acid, myrrh, and clove oil, Vitamer effectively whitens teeth, removes plaque, and freshens breath, and it does it naturally without any harmful chemicals. Visit us online at Vitamer.com. That's VITAMYR.com. Or call us today to place your order at 1-888-558-8482. That's 1-888-558-8482. Keep your teeth and gums healthy with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer, nature's answer to healthy teeth and gums. And remember, it's all completely natural. Available at participating health food stores nationwide.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For for future generations this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we'd hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost, you're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper, so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm, so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm, and keep our country deep in debt. Put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn. And your daughters visit doctors, so their children will be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores, and send your sons to slaughter, fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you will fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear, be a slave? O sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand, defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. Pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now, as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you. God bless Israel.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first hour of the afternoon intelligence report. I'm Mark Quirky. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines in occupied territories, south, northeast, west, and southwest. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com. We're also on AM and FM micro stations, CB base stations, and UltraNet, Hallmark, and Golden Spike Technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. And guess what? Watch what's happening right now with the cell phones. Look at what's happening with the crappy internet operations. A replacement for all of those is already being built, and you can help to make it happen. You figure it out. We've talked about it before. We will talk about it again on the air. Start with local, as in neighborhood connections, separate from everything. You build up your own network. We had a million phone companies in this country originally. We need 1 million phone companies in this country again. The equivalent to, but with even more unique technology. Anyway, good afternoon to all our friends out there in the lower 49, including the great state of Jefferson and Conus. along with the outlying 2 states, the territories, and the clock. It is 5:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Weapons Wednesday. It is the 24th of June. It is the 12th year of open Fabian Socialist and Soviet Socialist occupation of America with a K. 2020, Old Earth Calendar. 2020, Dance of Swords, War. It is where you try to overcome the potential and skill of an enemy to put them down permanently so that you can face the next enemy before you, because they will keep coming and you're going to have to kill them all. So let's get to it. Let's be prepared. It is Weapons Wednesday. Couple things I'm going to answer. You know, there's a couple different social medias. I'm in Pinterest, Google, Bing Bong, Tung Pung, Bao, Dig, Ding, Wang, Pang. You take a pick. I do all of them. If I can't get in there, I don't care. If I can get in there, fine. And I've had this question a couple different times. It was on Facebook today, actually, twice, I think. You know, where would I rate body armor? Because I mentioned body armor, but I also mentioned it in all the social media. Now, let me qualify first of all. Body armor is a neutral item. It has never killed anyone, but it has saved a lot of lives. It is a defensive mechanism in its purest sense. Body armor by itself can't hurt anybody, but it might protect you and save your life. Okay? Any body armor. I don't care what it is. Don't let any Nimrod or idiot say, well, that's old armor. Who cares? Do you have anything else? Does your hide have a special reptilian scale / statty armor that when it gets punched by something, it goes into like chainmail mode? And I know you don't have that. Any body armor is good body armor. Okay? That's the first rule. Any body armor. You coming across enemy corpses, whatever fits everybody goes on your troops. The body armor gets pulled off, even if it's been shot. Now, yeah, it's going to be squishy. Yeah, you're going to have to wash it off. Congratulations. Break out the soap. Break out the scrubbing pads and the brushes, preferably, and clean the stuff up and put it on. In fact, if you're in the field and it's a bad situation, put it on even if it's got junk on it. Okay, wipe it off a little bit. Do what you can. Use the shirt off the corpse that's sitting there to wipe down the guts and stuff that might be on it when the excess blood. Mop it up, drop it, and get the armor on as quickly as you can. Why? Because it's tougher than your arse hanging in the breeze. Now, the question I've had most common is where it is in the pecking order of things to pick up. In other words, if you were equipping right now, well, I would put body armor parallel, just like a gas mask, parallel with firearms. Why? Because if you can shoot someone, you can be shot. Remember that. If the enemy is in range, so are you. If the enemy is in range, so are you. Repeat. If the enemy is in range, so are you. Now, the next debate, which is totally irrelevant, is which armor, like, plate or soft, all of the above. But plate's really great. Yeah, but plate, see, here's a problem with plate. Plate is part of, when you see the new carriers, plates are mostly part of a system that somebody has pulled sideways. And the reason I say that is because if you got plate, fantastic. But you know what? You need a little more. If you were starting and you can't afford plates because of the cost, I've already pointed out, I'm going to do it here in a minute again, surplus military armor works just fine. And in fact, a lot of you listened, or somebody listened. Probably the enemy got to it before you did. Shame on you. But there was a lot of cheap, reasonably priced police stab armor from England and a bunch of other junk that, Brit armor especially, which they don't release very often. Somebody had a gaggle or a spitzel of it here that came from probably a third party, because the British hate us and they don't want you to have that stuff. The British are the ones running, along with the Israelis and the Chinese, are running the attack on America right now in coordination with Washington, D.C. The attack is against you, the American producer, you, the American people, not the parasite you see dancing on the cars out there. Those you bangy knuckle draggers types, they don't give a squat about them. They're just organic sandbag infantry. They're the lowest of the low of the low of the weapon used against you. But let me point out, they also use low-tech weapons. This is why all of the body armor I'm talking about serves a purpose and is better than you standing there with your butt hanging in the breeze. Okay? So, again, why would armor be parallel? Well, because, again, you got to stay functional. And it is one of those things where when you put a weapon down, it's still working for you. In fact, I'm going to be honest, I've told you a million times, I've slept in body armor. In fact, when I was speaking around the country, I had several different grades of armor. Typically, when I wear it, it doesn't come off. If I don't change out, like a lot of times I'd just be quick switching out from casual clothes to dress clothes to be the speaker. When I was moving down the road, if I laid back to sleep, I'm not, loosen everything up. No, I'm used to sleeping in body armor. And the military is the same way. You don't take your boots off, you don't loosen them up, and if you do take your boots off, you take one boot off. That sounds weird, doesn't it? No. Ideally, you loosen the laces, but you don't. And if you had speed lace pulls, like in a lot of the, next generation after Vietnam boots did, you can loosen everything up, let the blood circulate, let everything flow, but not be totally caught off guard if you end up in the middle of an exchange that develops. See how that works? So there's a lot of different techniques, but these are basics, and body armor never comes off. You can loosen it up, you got Velcro, remember? So you can loosen it up to make your breathing easier if you feel that's necessary. Most of the time when I was traveling cross-country in the Underground Railroad network, in our underground transport network, always wearing armor. And no matter where I stopped, when I was in a way station from here to, say, Indiana or here to one other part of the state of Michigan going cross-country, always wear armor. Parallel with a gun. In fact, don't drop it if you can help it, because again, it serves you. Even if you lost everything else, it's still serving you. It still works for you. Another thing about any armor, I will repeat what I said yesterday. You're going to move into pretty soon the bomb phase of the communists attacking America and the U.S. government going along with it. Does everybody understand? The Israelis are going to attack you with a series of bombings, and the propaganda arm that the Israelis and the Jewish mob run will come up with whatever story. It's like the Talladega BS that you just saw with that rubber lip liar down there that's the fake-ass, Black Lives Matter queer. I do not doubt he is a poofta, okay? Anyway, fact of the matter is you're going to see the same thing, but with a series of quote-unquote bombing incidents. They will be big, they will be small, doesn't make any difference. They will be puffed up. Now, if you're anywhere near or in the proximity of that, once this starts to kick in, at the height of the late 60s and early 70s, which they don't want you to remember, but I'm going to recall for you, we had up to 600 to 700 bombings across the United States in a week. Some cases in a day. Coordinated from one college campus to the next, from one leftist cesspool to the next, from one city to the next, all over the country. Now, were these H-bombs? No. They were everything from small pipe bombs left in front of people's doors to explosive devices and incendiary devices of any kind you can think of. And there was a whole big, long leftist wave of this over and over and over and over again. And they want you to forget about it, so you're supposedly going to get caught flat-footed. Your government's going to let it happen. Your government is part of what's making it happen. It's not your government, I should say, but we'll just qualify that. However, fragmentation. When you see a lot of this armor, remember the most important thing is plate armor is great, but it's center of mass protection, core protection. You can still die very, very, very badly from a striker or a slider that moves along your rib cage and pulls a couple of organ parts out in the process when it sucks out the back end, just to the left or right of those plates. Now, you may or may not stop everything with the other additional or supplemental wraparound armor, but it's more likely that something is going to be protected than your ass hanging in the breeze. If you'll notice, and you look at the generational development of armor, well, actually, all this garbage goes back to the medieval era and the development of armor hundreds of years ago. All they did is upgraded the technology that what it's made out of, the polymers or even the carbon steels, et cetera, which they did not have back in the day and we do now. So core armor protection, yes, is good, but you need to enhance it. You've got core armor now. You need to find grade 1, grade 2, or grade 3 soft armor, whatever you can afford and whatever you can find, to go under the plate armor. Now you're looking at going to war, and fragmentation is more likely to kill you and or wound you horribly and make it a slow death, as opposed to rifle rounds to center of mass, or for that matter, anywhere. Another thing to remember, typically those who learn or get the learning curve squared away are going to know about cover and concealment, cover being most important. Because of this, though, when you want to try to return fire, you have to see what you are shooting at. Because of this, again, the upper shoulder area, the throat, and the head are most likely to be shot. If you look at the evaluative studies from World War I, World War II, the Korean War, and Vietnam, and I'm sure the ones more recent are a little more spread out, but still basically the same. Remember, if you're in an APC, what's exposed in order for you to return fire? Typically your shoulders, your throat, and your head. If you were in a foxhole in any era, what is mostly exposed? The top of your shoulders, your throat, and your head. So guess where most of the injuries typically collect? Now, for that reason, at the end of each war, or by the end of each of these wars, going from World War I through to World War II, not as much armor in World War II, but we did have it. You just don't see it because they didn't want you to, once you have a certain mindset, and they brain fart you with minimizing when it comes to real history, okay? By Korea, forgive me, we have full armor protection for a lot of the troops, or at least heavy upgrades from anything we'd seen in the war before that, with almost 100% of the troops that are in the forward area of contact wearing armor. By the time you get to Vietnam, more sophisticated polymers and other materials are developed, some of them phenomenal, and then are made to disappear because of stopping small arms fire completely. And they're not bulletproof, but it is amazing what they could stop, and they made the stuff disappear. You don't even see some of that technology right now, despite all the supposed bragging of the 21st century. By the end of the Vietnam War, an entire new system, PASGAT, which, by the way, everybody would poo-poo, I'll grab in a heartbeat. I grab everything I can get. I just got a Kevlar helmet the other day for $15 off Facebook Marketplace. Kevlar helmet with cover, everything, spare extra couple of covers, $15. Grabbed it right away. Didn't think twice. Don't care what size it is. $15? Are you crazy? Virtually brand new. U.S. military issue. Somebody bought it for their child years ago, and the child has grown up, and it's just an Army helmet. And you're right. I don't argue with that at all. It's just an Army helmet. And then they did ask, well, why would you want that? Oh, for what it was intended to be used for. And they looked like sideways because it was before the, brain locked in about what's going on. So that's cool. I don't care. As long as I get it. They didn't appreciate it. I do. Everybody's happy. They got their money. I got my helmet. I have many helmets like that. Hundreds. Oh, but that's a PASGAT helmet. Yeah, I'll grab in a heartbeat and put it in my beaner so fast and make your head swim. And I won't even give you time to think about it. It's laying there, you're stupid, and you're going to debate about what kind of helmet it is. Well, you're not going to get one, because I will have it, you will not. See how that works? Now, because of that, and again, with all the other things that are going on, going back to the vest, by the time we get to the end of Vietnam, there's two things that they did. The helmet came down, why we had the Fritz helmet, the one I was just talking about, and the necks and throat collars went up. Why? What did I just tell you about their evaluation? One thing about government, they got lots of numbers. And so the new armor, the neck protection came up, the shoulder protection was doubled, and the helmet came down so that there was a very narrow area of opportunity with regard to target space. In other words, from about the bottom of your forehead sometimes to the top of your chin, or basically to where your teeth are. Ooh, that hurts when you get a bullet there, doesn't it? Yeah, it's kind of messy. But anyway, fact of the matter is that the area of protection was much, much, much larger within a very short period of time. Well, this all changed progressively over the last few years, and it's really kind of stupid because then we turn right around and we start having the same casualty problems we had before. And now, of course, then they rediscovered that we need to expand. We need to add on. We bought all this cheap junk that was shorter, smaller, whatever, but now they've got all these add-ons and clip-ons that cost 5 times as much as if you built the helmet purpose for wider, larger protection. See how stupid that is? Now, again, whatever they're doing, I don't care. It'll be surplus that we're going to grab later on. We're going to use that surplus even though it doesn't do quite what the other stuff does that I want. Why? Because I'll get it cheap or I'll pick it off an enemy corpse. So, the idea here is that you offer greater protection where spalled or ricochets or, remember this, if a bullet hits something in front of you and it's a rock or a piece of debris or whatever, it's traveling at 2,800 feet per second, a 5.56 bullet or a 7.62 by 39, a little slower but not much. When that hits, it's like billiards. So you embarrassingly didn't get shot with a bullet. You got shot with a chunk of bolt or like a chunk of maybe a nut off something or a rock. But when it got hit, if it's stable, if it held together and didn't shatter, it's coming at you at almost the same velocity as a bullet round, only it's a hell of a lot messier. But guess what? If you had body armor in place, it's more likely that that rock, which is a larger object, and again, not with the same necessary weight and mass which is needed to penetrate, or that nut or bolt is jagged and spread out over a wider area because the bullet just hit it, so the spall split it open. Your soft body armor would stop it. Your skin won't. It'll just let it come on through. And these are more of the realistic injuries that really are quite horrific and cause a lot more problems for Doc because they could be prevented if you have body armor on. So this is the argument for. Plus, again, most of you are not Roll 'em, Rock 'em, Sock 'em, John Wayne / take your pick of whatever superhero the latest name is and the BS from Hollywood. You're not that guy, no matter who you are. Well, some of you might think you are. We'll find out. If you can roll and shoot, I want to watch that one. But in the meantime, most of it is going to be conventional, and you're going to be stuck in some cases, first you're going to be caught semi-unawares because the enemy is going to try to surprise when they attack you, be it the Fed cops coming to confiscate guns once they declare a bigger police state under Trump or whoever else decides to be in charge, or it's the Antifa type who are slinking in the backyards, sneak over the fence, and all of a sudden the savages are in the fence, in the wall / in your defense grid, whatever it is. The Feds and Antifa and the communists all operate the same way. They're the savages trying to attack you and catch you unawares. So you need to be better prepared, and you need to be properly tiered in defense, ready to, first, block the attack. Second, respond, not react, respond to the attack. And then destroy utterly the attackers during progressive follow-up, both from your defense from within and contacting allies from without, squeezing the enemy between and exterminating every last one of them. Let nothing but a rumor of their destruction return to where they came from. Now, if you're limited in armor because you only have so much money, nobody is rich out there, and they just intentionally created a depression in the United States they don't even want to talk about right now. It's why they're burning the place down. So, whatever you do have, you're going to have to try and stretch the money so that everybody's got something stretched over their ass. This is why I promote the idea of the surplus items, simply because most of your people don't have armor, and they should have armor. Now, the $28, $30, $35, $40 stuff I told you guys to buy, some of you probably poo-pooed or snapped on, said piss on Marky, stupid. That's gone. Okay, it's not there. I told you when it was cheap. Well, what's the big deal? You're looking at a minimal cost, and by the way, you're going to run into some of your own people that don't have armor, so if you get better after you got that, at least your friend, at least I believe you think that person's your friend, right? You want them to stand with you. You want them to use a weapon. Maybe they're late to the game. If they're your friend, you would pass on the cheaper armor. So again, they have something instead of nothing. This is rather than thinking about me, myself, and I. It's about thinking about friendlies and us, which is another problem with most of the fools out there that we're dealing with right now. In that, well, they're going to die terrible, horrible, isolated deaths because they're going to play secret squirrel, and then they're going to bitch and piss and moan, why didn't you come and help me when they were such good secret squirrels that nobody had a damn clue where the hell any of them were. Why didn't you? You should have come to my aid. You're in the middle of nowhere. You have a handful of neighbors that you don't know or apparently don't trust. And it would take hours to make any near contact with you. Hours and hours, if not a day or two, to drive. You're in the middle of BFE. Congratulations. So for everybody out there, again, prior proper planning prevents piss poor performance. Body armor is a priority. Now, let me give you an idea of what I've been talking about here. There's 3 simple solutions right now. They're not the only ones. You find something better, you come up on the air and let me know. Plate armor's all over the place. Reasonably priced plate armor, either level 3 semi-soft plates or hard plates that are rifle armor, are all over, and you can get a good buy. Botash is one. That guy does some really good deals. I highly recommend him. We've been watching the guy for a while. Thank you for correcting the pronunciation on the name. It's just like my name, Kornke, Kernke, Kronke, Karanka. I've heard every variation you can imagine. I don't care. I can figure it out because I've lived for a long time, and I can hear what you're saying. Ear, as in I hear, ear. So I can kind of interpret it out. Oh, he's talking to me. But, Botash does have plate armor, concealed carriers, concealable in backpack. That's a really cool one. You can even build those. couple of plates. One is inside on a hanger, but it's tucked away. You pull it out. You throw the thing over your head. The backpack stays in the back. Front plate's in the front. You use the Velcro, and all of a sudden you've got body armor on. That's the best stinking idea I've seen in a long, long time, and it's really cool. Remember, the neat thing about backpack body armor, for instance, on that note, you're always wearing it. Look at the monkey pokers. Where do they come up from? They come up from behind. They try to attack you to the rear. Probably going to try and pop you in the head. But if they try to stab you, they might try to stab you. You move around a little bit, that body armor at least, or if they try to shoot you from behind, well, if they try to shoot you before you deployed it, you've got 2 panels of body armor behind you. Chances are that's going to stop most anything behind you that shows up. Now, here's a little trick. If you get that really cool concealable backpack body armor, buy yourself a chicken plate or have one made out of steel that fits right inside the dimension of the flat space on the back of the backpack. You have a big chicken plate behind the soft armor that's in there. Now you've really got laminate armor, and it'll stop even more. And it doesn't have to be any special steel. It can be anything. Remember, everything slows and depletes energy from a projectile. You do too, as a matter of fact. So I told you before, when a bullet goes through you, it's going to go through somebody else. And basically, with most rounds, it'll be about 3 people when it goes through. Okay? So anyway, recommendation. Attention, attention, attention. We're at the bottom of the hour here. First of all, and when I'm done with this, we'll play our traditional music piece, but not yet. We've got our traditional bottom of the hour break. Needs to be heard by all of you. Ed can cue that up right now and get ready, but don't do it yet. Anyway, body armor, sportsman's guide. Here are the 3 recommendations I make right now. If they're available, they may not be. They could be sold out, but there's also a 4th item which I'll bring up last this time instead of first. Number 1. By price and in order, we have Croatian military surplus stab-resistant vest. Used, $81. Buyer's club price, $81. It's another $10 if you're not with a membership. Become a member of Sportsman's Guide. It's worth it for the money you save. You'll get it back first purchase you make, okay? Again, that's Croatian military surplus stab-resistant vest. Used. These are basically a copy of the PASCAT armor, which I'm going to mention down below in a second. I don't care what anybody thinks about it. You put it on your arse, look at what it protects, look at where it wraps around, see how the throat cover works. You throw plate armor over top of that, you're a better armadillo. For $81, you can't beat it. For just casual wear, notice it's got a couple of AR-15 type mag pockets. Throw some mags in there. Throw some rubber junk in the back if there's another pocket in the rear. If not, put more in your pants pockets. Congratulations, you throw the vest on, you grab your rifle, now you can shoot somebody, and maybe it's going to slow some stuff down coming back. Hiding behind a wall, bullet's going to be slowed down a lot, but the bullet's got a lot of energy, so guess what? That vest right there would probably help you out a little bit. And from all the spald and spore and junk that's going to come through, if it misses, but you still got wood splinters that are traveling at what velocity? You ever dealt with a deep wood splinter? They usually have to cut sideways to get them out. They don't pull them out. Wrong. You thought they're going to pull them out. They don't do that. Okay? That's not how it works. You cut sideways and create a larger wound channel to extract it and make sure all of the other material is evacuated from the wound channel created by the spalled wood. Oh, you didn't know that. Well, one time in medical world, when it happens to you, you'll figure it out. I've had it more than a few times. Anyway, U.S. military surplus paratrooper frag vest, brand new. Now, these are sizes. You better check the sizes, too. But they are, I believe these only go up to medium, but they're brand new. And this is U.S. military surplus paratrooper frag vest, new, brand new. Notice the shoulder protection, notice the throat, look at the wraparound, see how it works. Most you'll be familiar with it if you've been in the military. $117 a piece. I recommend it. Croatian military surplus stab-resistant vest used. I recommend it. U.S. military surplus paratrooper frag vest. I recommend it. Ladies, you need this. These are things, girls, you need. If more of this we have, maybe you're going to give it to a soldier down the road who doesn't have it, a militiaman who's fighting to save you or to protect you, or maybe you got another family member when something happens, you wrap this stuff around them. Maybe you take it off yourself because you figure, I don't need it. But guess what? Somebody else? Yes. Anyway, last but not least, more expensive, so, your wallet's going to cringe, but not too much. Italian military surplus tactical carrier vest with ceramic plates. This is a rifle, so for those you wanted a plate carrier, this has got the rifle. It's got a full front crotch apron area for protection. It also has a gorget up front, which when you have rounds that hit farther up towards that throat I was talking about, the gorget is up there to do just exactly that. Plus, this has full wraparound neck armor and limited but still some shoulder armor. Not as much as I'd like, but it's good for what it... Look at the center armor mass protection is great. Crotch area covered, ceramic rifle plate middle, gorget, and then throat wraparound. That is a very good protection system. $225. Do a little research. Go find out what you can. These are used, but these, again, are serviceable. We've bought a bunch of these. Every one of these we've already bought recently. I've seen all the examples. They seem to be, the used ones seem to be in very good to unused condition for the ones that say used. That's what we've run into so far. I bought 15 of the one for $81 back when, by the way, these were cheaper. They were like $42. Remember when I told you to buy these? Well, they're not $42 anymore. They're $81. Congratulations. But we bought 10 of them. They are now in the hands of another militia unit, and they do woodlands, so this, of course, helped the squad that they were building up. Now, last but not least, and in fact, there are other items. Real quick, British military surplus blast shorts with Kevlar, $40.50. These cover the groin area where all your gonads or all your male or female parts are hanging out in one direction, covers your ass in the other, up the butt crack, the whole 9 yards, and it will keep you from having a horrible, horrible day with a lot of stuff that might actually have gotten through. I recommend that you wear a cup and you are reinforcing protector if you are going to wear anything anyway. If you're going to wear this kind of armor especially. Why? Well, amazingly enough, that cup will do with a strike to this area, with depending on what it is, it'll serve the same purpose as it would with any other sports event you might be participating in. And combat is the ultimate sport. Very terminal. Almost like hockey on steroids, but with things you can throw at people, too. So it's really exciting. And you might as well wear what hockey players wear, at least to a degree, right? Only because it makes logical sense. Also, you run your crotch into a steel beam in the middle of the night. I had this happen with an SF member. I was with a special forces team. We were deployed, and I was the RO in the unit. And the guy in front of me, I heard everybody say this. We had a steel pipe coming up at crotch level, full of cement. Front guy says, "Pipe, watch it." Second guy says, "Pipe, watch it." Third guy, I heard him. I'm doing the radio, by the way, too. I'm operating on a radio, and I still can hear with my right ear what's being said. Well, the guy in front of me was really tired. He had 2 rolls of commo wire. He was carrying a bunch of other extra radio equipment, one of the other SFT members, and he didn't hear that. For whatever reason, he was distracted, or he was looking at the wreckage, stuff off to the right of us, no, to the left of us. But he did not even slow down, and he found that steel pipe right at groin level / the dangly parts. And he went right over. I mean, I grabbed him because I stepped up on him as he hit, because I heard it when he hit. And I grabbed him by his gear, and I'm kind of holding him up, but he's obviously holding body parts now that are not feeling very good, and he's kind of flopping sideways. Now, I'm going to tell you right now that the armored underpants, which are a burden, would have been a big help, and a cup would have really helped. Okay? Really, really, really. Now, here's the thing. It was a fixed object. He didn't take any effort. He did not see it. He couldn't perceive it. So just walking at normal walk patrol pace, fast motion, he virtually drove himself right into that steel pipe full of cement. The rest is history, as they say. He became our casualty first on the in echelon, and you can't leave him behind, so we lost 2 more members because I had to have 2 people. Not myself. I wasn't the team leader. The senior sergeant had to leave 2 more people with him. I couldn't stay because I was the RO, and I had to be there for what was going to be a nighttime amphibious landing in extreme weather. Okay? So these happen. This is just the everyday junk, separate from, oh man, we're taking fire, we're shooting around, they're dropping grenades. No, this is just everyday junk. But if you're in the field, everything and anything can put you down just like it can in real life. Okay? But in this case, it's that sport called war. And we're going to war. We are in war. We are at war right now. You need to be better equipped. You need to be thinking ahead. And you need to be prepared to deal with the problems. Now, if you want to add this technology, I'm going to say something else I've said a million times. Body armor weighs. Everything weighs something. The stab vests are actually relatively light. They're as light as 2, 3, 4 pounds and no more. But they're actually Kevlar, and they're threat level 1, and they work well. The stab vests and such. Use them. You know what? For just casual everyday work and use, we'll be bopping around. Look at the monkeys coming up and stabbing people in their cars or shooting people in their cars randomly. Right now, it's happening right now. Probably 2 or 3 people, when I said that, probably been killed or horribly maimed because, again, their logic was it's bebop time and this doesn't affect them. They're dead now, or they're critically wounded and headed to the hospital, or they're bleeding and waiting to go to the hospital. So, oh well. You know, people are in la-la land, some of them. Hopefully, if you're listening, you aren't. You've already had your epiphany, or at least you're having an epiphany right now, and hopefully I'm helping you because my plan is to keep you alive. I don't benefit, we don't profit from any of this. I don't own any of these companies. What I do have a concern with is your life. Why? Well, in theory, if you're listening, you're probably friendly. So let's try and keep as many of our friendlies alive as we can. Last but not least, helmets. Kevlar helmets, anyone will do. The Italian ones work fine. The French ones work fine. The Hungarian Kevlar helmets work fine. The steel pops are just as good for the time being because if you don't have any helmet, better your head get covered by something. The fragmentation end of this circus is on the edge of town. The fragmentation phase of this circus is on the edge of town. The Israeli Mossad will be bombing somebody soon. They probably have a series of bombings planned all over the country. It is going to be the foreign handlers that have been doing all the rest of this garbage, that have been training the attackers, the communist attackers. That's the Israelis, the Chinese, and elements of our U.S. government, and the approved element contractors who have created the enemy that is destroying your heritage, burning down the country, and trying to murder you. I'm not planning on being part of that, except that I'm going to stop it from happening. You need to be part of that, too. Now, this is Weapons Wednesday, and I've been talking... everything I've talked about has been purely defensive. You do understand that. There's not a thing I've told you about so far. Armored underpants, Kevlar vests, undercover vests. I don't care what other armor you buy. If there's all kinds of other armor out there, and you can spend top dollar if you want, then you don't need to worry about me. Or my ideas, for that matter. Congratulations. Double plus good, thumbs up. Run with it. And, by the way, can you buy some armor for another friend because you have so much money? Because we need to outfit an army? Can you do that? How about if you were to take maybe the equivalent amount but buy this cheaper stuff to outfit more troops so that we protect more people? Oh, me, myself, and I. Me, myself, and I. Me, myself, and I. Me, myself, and I. I'm sure what's going on. I understand that with a lot of people. But just something to think about. The cheaper stuff, when it was like $20, $30, $40, $50 for some really elaborate and well-thought-out pieces of equipment, could have had a lot more for a lot less money. I'm pointing at what it is that makes most sense because it's left. Now, there's got to be somebody with some of the other British armor, maybe cheap, maybe not, laying around. It's not going to be as cheap as it was. And I'm not pointing out British because I think it's better. It's no different from the Italian. In fact, the Italian stuff is very well made. The French equipment is very well made. They might have surrendered 100 times with it on, but the armor itself is actually very well built. So none of these are bad products. Nothing. None of them. And most of them aren't even built by the countries that make them anyway. Somebody else built them. Serbia doesn't make body armor. Serbia didn't make that. That piece of body armor was either made in the United States or France or Germany or in one of the other Euro countries, and they sold it to the Serbs, the Croats. Forgive me, I keep saying Serbs. They sold it to the Croats, and the Croats bought it. Or we paid for it. We probably paid for it. You got suckered. We probably paid for every last stinking one of those. Just a heads up on that one. We got. I think Israelis charge us 10 times the price. The ones who are Jewish mob that's running the Croats, 10 times the price at 1/20th the value is basically how it works. So heads up on that one. Anyway, next, I'll tell you what, before we go any farther, we haven't done this yet, but, this is my rifle. Edward, if that's ready to go.
Hooray!
Here we go.
This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My rifle is my best friend. It is my life. I must master it as I must master my life. Without me, my rifle is useless. Without my rifle, I am useless. I must fire my rifle true. I must shoot straighter than my enemy who is trying to kill me. I must shoot him before he shoots me. I will. Before God, I swear this creed. My rifle and myself are defenders of my country. We are the masters of our enemy. We are the saviors of my life. So be it, until there is no enemy, but peace. Amen.
Why come ye hither, redcoats? What mind your madness fills? In our valleys there is danger, and there's danger in our hills. Oh, hear ye not the singing of the bugle, wild and free? Well, soon you'll know the ringing of the rifle from the tree. Oh, the rifle, oh, the rifle. In our hands 'twill prove no trifle. You may ride a goodly steed, you may know a stern the master. You forward march with speed, but you'll learn to back much faster when you meet our mountain boys and their leader Johnny Stark. Lads who make but little noise and always hit the mark. Oh, the rifle, oh, the rifle. In our hands 'twill prove no trifle. No graves at home, back across the briny water, and hither ye must come like bullocks to the slaughter. But if we the job must do, then the sooner 'tis begun. If flint and trigger hold but true, the quicker 'twill be done. Oh, the rifle, oh, the rifle. In our hands 'twill prove no trifle. Oh, the rifle, oh, the rifle. In our hands 'twill prove no trifle.
All right, we are back, and again for everybody else out there, that pop pop on the rim of the drum. Think about it, with percussion and or flintlock, that's a double pan. First pull of the trigger snaps the charge. Second activates the primary charge. Pop pop. See how that works? Everything has meaning, guys. Everything is symbolic in many ways and has a meaning. Oh, anyway, we are in good shape. Again, we've got the ability. We have what we need at our fingertips, but you need to cherry pick and find what it is that'll suit fit your wallet, suit your needs, and the environment you're in, and make it work. One other thing here, real quick, is coloration. Guys, some of you out west, all the DCU, three-color desert, and the Coyote Brown work best. Coyote Brown works well in a lot of other places where other patterns might not, if you were just trying to move them from area to area. But again, try to standardize for friend, foe, shoot, no shoot if you can. And again, also esprit de corps, unit standard, unit pride. You develop unit pride. You should be proud. You must be proud. You know, when the cops show up and they got their little skank outfits on, as far as like the SWAT teams, and they come to try and muscle up on patriots, you have every right to be just as proud, in fact, prouder, because you perform based upon a volunteer effort, and you outfitted and equipped yourself. The taxpayer, they feed off the taxpayer. You don't. We built ourselves. You better be proud of that right off front, right from the get-go. Now you better be squared away and backing each other's hind end up when the time comes. When you have to defend yourself, the cops will show up to disarm you and try to put you in amongst the people who tried to kill you. They will try to lock you up and get you murdered. The cops are not your friend. They are not your ally in any of this. They, in fact, are the other team they plan, Washington, D.C., the Israelis, the Canadian government, the Chinese, plan on using against the American people. The excuse is what they are letting go crazy right now with regard to the nonsense across the land. You are what is truly in the crosshairs from both sides. Make no mistake about it. All these cops with the corona beer virus garbage had no problem frothing at the mouth and threatening to shoot you on your own front porch or murder you in your driveway or your home. Not that they weren't doing it before that, but that's why they're having a tough time. Why isn't people aren't supporting us? Because you were pissing on us. If you're smart and you know what you're doing and your brain isn't wrapped around Prozac, okay, which a lot of idiot sticks out there are, guess what? You've got a brain, you can see what's happening. All these cops for 90 days, being able to not wear a mask, muscle up and wag their weenie in your face, and plug in a bigger police state. Now we have this garbage going on. What's going to be the demand? To plug in a bigger police state and to destroy the Bill of Rights. They know that's what it is. We know that's what it is. So we're looking straight at the problem. All of the problems. with no illusions or idiocy or, I didn't think they'd do that. Would you shut up? You knew better, but you decided to live in the fog. For all of us that have got a clear eye, you can look at the problem and see exactly what's going on. Okay, enough of that. Another thing, buy a pump shotgun, buy a cheap pump shotgun, and buy actually a brace of them if you can. You should be able to, because you can still find a decent China Sport or Turkish or whatever pump shotgun for about $105, $115, right around there. Why a shotgun? Everybody understands them. Movies have helped everybody to be conditioned to the basic operation. That's one nice thing about video production, is it conditions. Now, the mistake they made to a degree is this. Everybody, even if they're gun stupid, has seen a pump shotgun operate so many times that other than the micro training that you need to understand how to make the particular weapon system you choose work, all of you can pretty well get the thing down in a short period of time, because since you were a kid, you watched cop shows and movies, and then you got video games. And, okay, guess what? You got all kinds of mental conditioning for training right there. So let's refine that. Okay? If I got you an AK or an AR-15 right off the get-go, which, by the way, I still recommend you buy. Guns are for buying, not for selling. There's not a weapon you're going to tell me or point at that I wouldn't say, sure, if you want it, buy it. What? Oh, no, I'm not a gun snob. I'm not an idiot. Most of these fools that are gun snobs are idiots. Okay, they're I don't know what world they're living in, but right now, you better be happy with every gun owner you can get your hands around and you can hug. And you better not get any pissing match. You better be in like a jovial, like joking game, but not with these idiot sticks like you see some of these young fools frothing at the mouth. They're intentionally, I think most of those are trolls like with the Israelis or trolls with the Jewish mob out of New York to create infighting that is ridiculous and foolish. Guns are for buying, not burning. There's not a gun out there that I would look at as like, well, I wouldn't mind having one of those. Well, if somebody said they don't like, who gives a shit what the hell they think? I just think it's cool. It's a different operating system. Now I'm going to tell you when I look at it, man, this thing is screwed up. Or, wow, this thing is cool. It works, as long as it works. The big thing, again, is, are you having fun? You know, sing while you're slaying. Go to war happy. Go to war with a light heart and understanding your mission is to wade through the enemy, create corpses on the other side. When you get there, wipe your blade off on their corpse, pick all the enemy dead of all the fighting equipment they got, maybe even some guns you don't like, but you'll take them. You know, oh, look, another Glock, give it to the kids, raise it, you know, here's how it works. You're going along and there's an enemy, a whole bunch of enemy dead in front of you. You just killed every last bastard in the column. You got a whole line of idiot sticks in black uniforms, some with UN uniforms on, who cares? Cop shops that are, you know, sucking up to the globalists because they're all lodge buddies/Masons or Jewish mafia. So they're all laying on the ground dead and bleeding. It's like, oh, look, Glock. I got 3 of them. Who wants it? And nobody. Okay, give it to the kids. Okay, look, MP5. Anybody want an MP5? Oh, I'll take one. I ain't got one with the solid stock. Hold on. Oh, it's a Chinese copy, but it's okay. Here you go. Give it to the kid. Go give him over there. Yep. Okay, grenades. Now, you guys be fair. Spread them out. Everybody needs grenades. Come on, guys. Let's be good. And by the way, you got that MP5. There's a bunch of mags here. Come on, step over here. Yeah, come on, Bob. Over here. There you go. Take all those mags with that. In fact, you probably just here. You stay right here. Shake off the brains and stuff. Get that helmet. Take the guy's vest. There's a whole bunch of good stuff in there for that MP5. You better stay right here and strip that guy bare ass naked. Okay, next one. Oh, look. Oh, shit. Yes, are you hurt? Got your own mom die. No, you're hurt. You are hurt. Give me the billy club.
Hey, Dad. There is something
like
to
a baby
remember.
seal.
There's something to remember with what you just said there. Make sure you check to make sure the pins haven't been pulled before you pull them out of their little
all the
pouches.
grenades, right.
Yeah, because they're dumb enough, they do it. Got a bunch of themselves killed doing that.
Let's remind everybody the feds did this before. Some idiot stick with the feds had a bunch of their people pre-pull the pins on their grenades, putting them back into their gear, into their pockets. And some point during their training operation, 1 or 2 of the grenades kind of settled loose from the pouch they were in and went off all on their own, fragging their own people. Feds, by the way. They tried to blame the manufacturer. progressively it came out in the story that the feds had pulled the pins on all of their grenades and stuck them back into the gear so they would just grab the grenade from the top and kind of just chuck it around the corner and it'd be the pin already be pulled. Very convenient until the first mistake was made. Guys, we don't make this up. And you know how we found out? Because they tried to sue the company that made the grenades, and of course they got pissed because this gave their company a bad name because they said they had malfunction grenade. But then the story washed out that the feds had pre-pulled the pins. Self-fragging feds. Repeat, self-fragging feds. Talk about a bunch of dumbasses. Okay, Dumas's. I'm sorry, I got to be French there. It's Dumas. I'm sorry. His name is Dumas, sir. What does that translate out to? Dumbass. It's okay. Anyway, just a heads up on that. Now, otherwise, everything and anything that shoots, we preserve. Even broken part guns. If you come across the battlefield, you shoot a bunch of stuff up. This is not the movies. This is real life. The enemy dead gets stripped all the way to their underwear. And I know they're stinky. Get a garbage bag separate. Put some plastic gloves on. Take them off. Bleach them up. Cut them into pieces. We need cleaning rags. Okay? Let nothing but a rumor of their destruction return to where they came from. Oh, Chow Chu Bing, you're wounded too. Oh, club them like a baby seal. There we go. That was the second one. I told you guys use the bayonet, but that's okay. We can club them like a baby seal. Then strip them bare ass naked, everything they got. Now, remember, share. Don't get greedy. Come on, guys. But remember, either buying or acquiring from the enemy. Guns are for buying. Guns are for acquiring, not for selling. Always remember that. Now, the pump shotguns, you notice I mentioned Turkish or Chinese. The Turks and the Chinese have been given special preference because we're using both those dirty whore operations, the dirty whores, the Turks, and the dirty whore, the Chinese. For dirty deeds over in the Middle East or over in the Pacific Rim, or, of course, napped and gat with whoever. Other countries that make very fine weapons can't bring their guns into our country. And Turkey, which has got a lot of problems and is really kind of wicked in a lot of ways, they got preferential treatment because of the deals made to help screw the Christians in Syria and to screw the Christians in Iraq. So they brought their guns in. Now, this means there's a lot of stuff you wouldn't see otherwise, but remember, these guns are built mostly for a police state. The police state like their weapons to work. So, after all, they're shooting unarmed peasants, mowing people down and throwing their bodies in ditches, all kinds of stuff like that. Mostly against unarmed people, but the guns have to work every time because it's kind of disheartening when the troops have to keep clearing jams. So when they are executing and blowing the backs of people's heads off, it works with whatever shotgun, pistol, whatever it is that the Turks build or the communist Chinese build. So when you see these inexpensive pump guns, these are the kind of thing they throw out to their cops. It's what you actually will find in some of their vehicles when you are exterminating foreigners and U.S. federal forces that are working with the foreigners in vehicles and equipment that you overrun. And there will be total cooperation between the Israelis, which we already have. This is how the guy got choked to death. We know the official story in Minnesota. They were using Israeli torture techniques, street torture techniques, and they choked the guy to death, if we believe the official story. Ignore the idea. Embrace the idea that what you saw is what happened. Although he is a black porn star that was doped up, and he had hair on his head 1 minute and doesn't have hair on his head the next, which is really weird. Did they shave him while they were choking him to death? But anyway, that's not relevant. The idea is we'll take the story for what it is. Where'd they get the idea to do that? Israeli trainers. So the Israeli feds, then the Chinese are the ones waging war on you right now, and all the rest is pickle, smoke, and mirrors. They have their organic sandbags. You're going to see a lot of this equipment in your enemy's hands as they come out of the woodwork, being the maggoty orcs that they are. Okay? Same is true with regard to the communists that you are seeing in the field. A lot of the stuff that's going to show up, the same stuff you can buy. That means you can integrate it very quickly when you strip it from those enemy dead into your inventory without any complications. Now, I would say this. If you can do trades, try to put the same batch of guns. Like if you got a bunch of Chinese pump shotguns, try to keep them together. Something breaks, you got spare parts off of one of the other hangar queens. If another gun is shot or damaged, you throw it in the spare parts bin, but you separate them. You don't just pile them up randomly. You create parts inventories and you strip and or rebuild as you can. Everything comes back out of the field. Everything. Shot up, even if you shoot the corpse up, I know some are going to be mangled so bad you're just going to get parts off them, okay? Your magazines, some ammunition, whatever. But you recover everything that you can, snip off what's shredded, reconfigure and break out the sewing machine. The girls that are in the stitchery department can do that. And you put it back into the field with second-line troops or personnel who don't have anything. Everything will be recycled and reused. We have to. There won't be any more production until we make it happen. Your enemy dead are nothing. All of your enemy in motion are nothing but a mobile resupply pod waiting to be harvested. Ignore their pleas, ignore their begging. They would laugh and put a bullet in the back of your head if they were in the reverse situation. So remember, make them dead, strip them all. We're at the top. We're going to go to break here for a minute for everybody out there. It is, of course, Weapons Wednesday. Your mind is your first best weapon, but you better protect it physically, so you need to be armed to the teeth. God bless our republic. Yes, for the New World Order.
Well, I was toting my pack along a dusty gravel road when along came a semi. Hind canvas covered load. If you're heading south along this track with me, you can ride. So I climbed into his cab. I settled down inside. He asked me if I'd ever seen a gun like the one he held in his hand, and I said, listen, mate, I fight all types of guns in this here land. Well, I've shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man. There isn't one I'd shun, man, 'cause I've had so much fun, man. Couldn't stop one man, 'cause I've shot every gun. Winchester, Seagull, Bruno, Remington, Colt, Clark, Sterling, Smith and Wesson, Anfield, Armalite, Puckhead, Rico, Henry, Taurus, Luger, Browning, Weatherby, Caesar, Bentley, Kimber, BSA, Shot, Savage, HK. I shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man. There isn't one I shun, man, 'cause I've had so much fun, man. Well, I couldn't stop one man, 'cause I've shot every gun. 79 mil 2 to 3, 38, 37, 44, 2 for 3, 22, 17, 3, 3, 75, 30, 32, 73, 45, 10 gauge, 12 gauge, 60 gauge, 20 gauge, 410, paint, pole, total man, shot hole. I shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man. There isn't one I shun, man, 'cause I've had so much fun, man. Well, I couldn't stop one man, 'cause I've shot every gun. Lever action, pump action, open action, semi auto, full auto, no other combination, multi-barrel, double barrel, single barrel, muzzle load, lock breech, valve breech, knockable, lockable, minigun, zip gun, single action, double action, leaving gun, squad action. I've shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man. There isn't one I'd shun, man, 'cause I've had so much fun, man. Well, I couldn't stop one man, 'cause I've shot every gun. Bolter and Anschutz, Rocco, Lift, Navy, Arms, Oren, Marlin, Boy, Toy, Style, Martini, Barrett, Beretta, Sports Gophers, Matt, Stevens, Lamb, Mossberg's, Gibbs, Springfield, Thompson, H&R, Sig, Halloween, shot a grease gun. I've shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man. There isn't one I'd shun, man, 'cause I've had so much fun, man. Couldn't stop one man, I've shot every gun. Yeah, well, I couldn't stop one man, 'cause I've shot every gun. This gun.
Please open that up. Let's look at the look inside. That's ridiculous.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12 gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Now you can feel that squeaky clean sensation like none other with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash is a unique natural formula not found in any other oral care products. With a gentle combination of zinc, folic acid, myrrh, and clove oil, Vitamur effectively whitens teeth, removes plaque, and freshens breath, and it does it naturally without any harmful chemicals. Visit us online at Vitamur.com. That's VITAMYR.com. Or call us today to place your order at 1-888-558-8482. That's 1-888-558-8482. Keep your teeth and gums healthy with Vitamur toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamur, nature's answer to healthy teeth and gums. And remember, it's all completely natural. Available at participating health food stores nationwide.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we'd hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost. You're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun. Permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper, so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm, so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm, and keep our country deep in debt, put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn. And your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you'll fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? O sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand, defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
learn from the mistakes of others, you won't live long enough to make them all yourself. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second hour of the afternoon intelligence report. I'm Mark Kernke. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines in occupied territories, southwest, east, northeast, and central. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com, Indiana Freedom Talk Radio in Memoriam, miss you, Spike, and we are on AM and FM micro stations, AM and FM conventional stations, and CB base stations, along with Ultra Net, Hallmark, and Golden Spike Technologies, east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon to all of our friends out there in the lower 49, which includes the great state of Jefferson, along with, this is interesting, along with CONUS, the outlying two states, the territories, and the clock. It is 6:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Weapons Wednesday. It is the 24th of June. It is the 12th year of open Fabian Socialist and Soviet Socialist occupation of America with a K. 2020, Old Earth Calendar, 2020, Year of War, Conflict / the Dance of Swords. Let the battles begin. Well, they already are. Anyway, casualties who were totally oblivious to what was obviously in their face have already been generated. People have been caught flat-footed in their stupidity, embracing stupidity, first of all. This isn't happening. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Oh, yeah, it's happening. Okay. Anyway, there's a lot of dumb like that out there. You're not going to fix it. Avoid it and keep it away from you if at all possible. I would recommend that. The big thing here, again, as I mentioned last hour, I kind of got into shotguns. One of the reason I brought that up again, Hollywood conditioning helps a lot when it comes to the basics, but what it doesn't do is bring in detail. There aren't any really cheap pump shotguns in all places because people have been doing what we're talking about. They're buying the affordable and grabbing it first and then going from there, eating up the bottom end and the top end down. Some people are buying absolute, the best. It happens both ways, and there's not that much in the upper market, really. This is the mistake everybody makes. Well, I'm going to go get a Browning. I'm going to go get a, for instance, a Centurion or something like that from Weatherby. Guys, there's only so many of the upper-end guns. I was a Weatherby distributor, a Browning distributor. In both cases, the company did this intentionally. This is how they keep things high in price, is before you got a chance to see a gun on a rack, the distributors, like myself, get called and go, hi, we have 2 of these available. Do you want one or the other? You're getting like 5th pick. Somebody else already asked. We had 6. We only have 2 left. Okay, I'll take one. Or maybe I'll take both if I feel I have a market for it. And I don't care what it is, whatever Browning made. There's some beautiful Browning semi-automatic, the BAR, Browning automatic rifle, beautiful firearms. There's different grades. All of them were the same way, limited. Now, some companies make bigger and better deals, and this is why, like I said, the more affordable gun is going to be something that is, in the utility grade range. Now, right off the bat, somebody say, well, what would be your first choice in pump shotguns? Remington 870 or a Ithaca Model 37. I love the Ithaca 37 because it's a poor man's submachine gun. And if you don't know about the 37, remember you can fan it just like you can work in an old, single-action revolver. Hold back on the trigger, work the action hard, and you got 5 rounds as fast as you can work the action down in a hallway or right into a crowd like we're seeing here. It slam fires. Every time you close the slide, push it forward, boom! Boom, 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 reload, and pass me the other one, and boom, 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 boom. Oh, wait a minute, this is a 6-shot. Boom, there you go. Reload. Here, give me the other one. And so for mass fire on something or mass fire on one person with, mega death trauma, the Ithaca is great for that. The 870 because of reliability, the 1100 because of reliability and semi-automatic. Two of the best shotguns out there forever.
Mark.
Go ahead, caller. What do you got?
Mark, in my opinion, that's not a proper comparison for you or anyone else to compare the 870 Rim to a Model 37 Ithaca.
Well, the 37, now hold on, the 37.
I give the end of my little finger for a couple of those Model 37 Ithacas. And from time to time, you can find one, and you might not believe how much you're going to have to pay for it.
Oh,
so
I know.
Anyway,
that's
I would compare that 870 Remington to a 500 Mossberg. Over.
Right, those are the parallels. Yeah, no, it used to be, now here's the problem, it used to be the Ithacas. Starting in the 80s, there was a big slew of the Ithacas that came out as cop guns. And the last batch that I bought, I paid $120 a piece for.
Wow.
And I know those days are long gone, okay? But here's the thing. Yep. You might run into a grandpa gun, and I would qualify this. I don't care what gun it is. If grandpa left it to you, you don't sell them at all anymore, guys. We're past that phase now. But if a bunch of them were sitting there, I'd grab the Ithaca simply because, again, it's the Fanner 500, okay? The old Fanner, or the old cowboy gun. Now, otherwise, this is what I was going to qualify with. First of all, the 870, and there's another reason for the 870 idea. There are a lot of copy guns out there. Well, what's the most common copied gun? If you get one of those cheap China Sport guns, if you lay down an 870 next to most of the cheap China Sport pump shotguns, they are rough as a cob 870 knockoffs, okay?
Right.
So the advantage of that is operation. If I teach you to work one gun, I'm going to find a lot of these other ones laying out there. Now, as far as all the other weapons go in pecking order, the 500, okay, is the next gun to turn to only because, God, they made so many of them, and the Maverick is a shy shadow of that. And we're going to find them everywhere. I had this argument when James Westall was building the book Patriots. There's a thing that I disagreed with there, and he did correct it because remember he tweaked that book. Okay, he built it up originally from school as a computer text. Okay, when they had the ambush against the ambushers, they go back in and they slaughter them. The ambushers. There's a bunch of guns laying there, and he rolls down through it, and it's like the pecking order of second-line weapons in the mind of everybody. The best gun there was a Maverick shotgun. And then there was a universal carbine. Oh, it's horrible. It's like, no, it's not. All these guns worked. Obviously, they worked well enough that they killed somebody, right? And so any gun, no matter what it is, we pick up and we carry away. Every gun. You were like the dwarves at the end of the Battle of Helm's Deep. When they came to a draw against the orcs, well, before they left, they despoiled all of their fellow dwarves that had died because they did not want to leave the spoil of armor and arms to the enemy to upgrade. And that's how we need to look at this. We leave nothing behind, but we also don't destroy. We can always find a use for it. If I have a second-line gun, the second-line gun goes to the person who's not shooting all the time. Or look at it this way. I got 55, 60 medics. They're not going to shoot everybody all the time, but they need somebody to shoot somebody when they try to come up and hurt their attendees or casualties. That's what you hand out to them, okay? It's because you got mags, you got ammo, they're not shooting all the time, they're not going to burn up the ammunition, but when they need it, they can. So
yeah, give them a Glock also.
Yeah, well, the Glock was meant for that. Yeah, I know. We joke about Glocks, but remember, the history of the Glock was, it was supposed to be for the cook, the baker, the candlestick maker. It wasn't supposed to be for some Johnny Jet Jock marksman. I mean, it's nice that they developed the gun, but originally it was, we can crank these out. They probably make them, I've always questioned, they'll never be honest about how much it cost. I think they got Glocks down to about $29 a piece to make them.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, it's a crank-out gun. That's what it was supposed to be. I mean, once you got the mold set, how long can you run that mold? I mean, the only thing they've done is change it up for marketing. But the original intended pistol for what it was didn't need to change at all. The marketing change only came because of the American press market with gobbledygook and doodads. But from the original intention, the regular Glock, the first model, I wouldn't even think twice about picking up, pointing at you, and shooting you with it. Okay, but I understand that it's again a production crank-out, hand it to anybody gun. The shotgun is basically the same way for the same reason, because it's not so much that it would even be the go-to weapon for everybody, were it not for the fact that Hollywood has provided all the training we need for that gun. Now, if you throw an AR-15 at somebody, half the people look cross-eyed at you. I mean, the average person with even some gun issues or gun ideas, half of them would still require more training and discipline. An AK, somewhat simpler, and there's a lot of mental conditioning to the AK. You know, it's grab, pull that big handly thing back, and if the magazine, the banana mag's in it, maybe it's got ammo, maybe it doesn't, but you can at least kind of maybe point it towards the enemy. They might figure the safety out, they might not. That's where the detail training comes in. So in pecking order, like we're saying here, the shotgun, the pump shotgun is an excellent choice right now for, you mean you just came to the table late and you don't have a clue? You know what a pump shotgun is? Yeah, man, I've seen it. You always hear the same answer. Well, I've seen them in movies. Okay, there we go. So right off the bat, whatever one you pick, you just want to make sure they understand the details of, see this is a safety thingy. See this, when you work the action, you can't pull the trigger until you make sure you release the trigger. Little hint there about certain guns, they don't have an auto sear like the Ithaca. You have to release the trigger, guys. You may be all angst up, and you may be your bunghole may be so tight you couldn't drive a needle up it with a sledgehammer. But you better remember how to make a weapon work. And the pump gun is an excellent choice in that respect.
Hey, you know what else, Mark? One of my last choices of shotguns would be a magazine-fed shotgun. The idea of it sounds great, but on paper, no ticky, no washi. You lose those mags in a battle-type situation. What are you going to do? Hey, I can load a pump shotgun or semi-auto just about as fast and shoot as people can shoot and do mag changes. Over.
Well, not only that, but remember this: it's a forever mag. If you fire 3 rounds, one of the first things you do, if you have a lull in action, guys, I don't care what weapon you're carrying, your first mission is to reload, okay, or to check your weapon.
Yep.
Now, in this case, with a shotgun, the cool thing is I have fired 2 rounds. You reach to the farthest back pocket. Always remember this, or farthest back slip if you're carrying shotgun shells in keepers. You go to the a place that's hardest to reach and unload it of ammunition first. Why? Well, just like your magazines, this is what people don't think about. When you are first engaging an enemy, they're typically going to be at intermediate or even long range. You have more time to think about pulling a mag out and inserting a magazine or reloading the weapon. What you want is all of your front pockets and workstations full when the enemy gets so close you start throwing rocks at them. And hopefully, if you've done well, they don't get that close. But that doesn't work. Life doesn't work that way. So with a shotgun, just keep topping it off, topping it off, topping it off, topping it off. You have a forever magazine with a pump gun or with a semi-automatic with a tube feed. Now, here's the big thing. And I don't get another caller, but be patient for just a second more. I don't know what they still have, but there's 2 or 3 companies out there that have been kind of the go-to for add-on magazine tubes for shotguns. Typically, one company or another still has them, but the gun has to be able to accommodate the tube. If you have a fixed cap end for the barrel, because remember, that's how your barrel stays on the gun. You have a cap screw, and it may be solid cap for the barrel itself. If that's a solid cap, then you can't put an extension tube through the barrel keep. Okay, that circular thing that's welded to the barrel itself that allows the barrel to be locked into the shotgun, be it semi-automatic or pump gun. So that's the first consideration. You might want to extend it, but if you do want to make an extended barrel version, you may have to go find another barrel that will accommodate that. Now, some shotguns will not accommodate an extension no matter what. So understand, you've got 5 rounds, that's it. But it's still a good choice. That's why I brought this up today, because everybody can understand it. That's the most important thing. I heard another voice. Let's let another voice in there. Who do we have?
Hey, Mark, this is Jameson, and I just had a quick update on the Mossberg 500.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, I actually have, just recently, I had a Mossberg 500 that I picked up from a buddy at a pawn shop. And then I also have a brand new Mossberg Shockwave. Now, I took both of those shotguns to a range. I was shooting Remington slugs, and both of the used 500 from the pawn shop and the brand new Mossberg Shockwave, both of them experienced light primer strikes, and it was literally like 1 out of 3 fires. It was really bad, and it shocked me because I'm used to the reliability of the 500s, 590s. Yeah. I've had all of them, 18-inch, 20-inch barrels. I was completely shocked, and I did research on it, and come to find out, on the Mossberg 500 Bolt, the firing pin used to be free-floating. Now, over the years, they have added a light spring, a medium weight spring, and a heavy spring. Now, what that has done is, when you remove the bolt from the shotgun, and if you just press down on the firing pin, like use a workbench, press down on the bolt, that firing pin is so hard to make that firing pin extend out of the bolt that spring is too heavy. Now, and so after reading through all this, people were saying, send it back to Mossberg. What I ended up doing, that spring that is around the firing pin that's inside the bolt, it is completely unnecessary. All it does is add more weight to the firing pin. So to make those weapons reliable, all I had to do was I just drive the pins out, and there's YouTube videos about how to disassemble the 500 bolt. I was able to drive the pin out, remove the spring, the firing pin is still captive, it's now free-floating, it fires every time. Now, obviously that voids the warranty, but that's just one of those things. So I just want to caution anybody that's buying brand new Mossberg 500, make sure you test it, because I was completely shocked that both the new Shockwave and the used 500 were both of the same generation, and both of them were not reliable.
Well, the question, though, if that's happening, one of the things we've talked about before is changes in designs for sensitivity of primer with regard to munitions that are being issued. Now, Mossberg sells a lot to who? Military, and they sell a lot to law enforcement. So the question would be is they preferred satisfying the customer in one environment based upon the munitions that they're carrying or that they have standardized on, which we'd have to look to see what their inventory is. And so what's happened is the product line change-up has bled over into the civilian sphere where it would not have been preferred or would not have been desirable. Now, this is something the British did years ago with the greener guns. I've mentioned this many times on the air. This is something that the greener shotgun was very famous for. There's two versions, the standard model with a standard pin, and then when they really went hyper crazy to try and restrict ammunition so that the peasants, if they got hold of the greener, couldn't use it on the colonial occupation forces, is they went with a tri-point firing pin, which also meant that you had to have a specialized type of primered ammunition that it had a donut primer instead of a pan primer like everybody's familiar with. If you didn't have the donut primer with the sensitivity point around the circumference of the center of that donut, then you could put any ammunition that was standard shotgun ammo, and it wouldn't work if your life depended on it, which, by the way, it did. And that's it. So the question is, was this satisfying a market? It was satisfying, had to be. It just had to be, just what you told me. If this is cropped up in our sphere, it didn't come from our sphere of interest. It came from their first market, or what they perceive to be the market they wish to placate or satiate and keep happy, and that's the law enforcement and military with a very specific application. And it's something having to do with a criteria we haven't heard about that they won't talk about, because companies do that. And if they get a deal with the government, they'll screw you left and right. Ruger used to do this all the time. You couldn't buy a Ruger 20 or 30 round Ruger manufactured high-capacity mag if your life depended on it for years. Why? Because the owner hated gun owners. He loved the Israeli government. He loved the U.S. government. Any police state that wanted high-capacity mags to execute people in ditches, he'd sell mags to them all day. But you, the American firearm owner, you were the peasant that needed to be kept disarmed. Now, I've said that for years. I love the Ruger Mini 14. You throw me a Ruger Mini 14, I'll make it work all day. But understand that the industry is scurrilous in this respect. Of course, they usually screw themselves in the long run, kind of like what just happened here, because if you got customers not being satisfied with a product that just came brand new out of the box, you better put a question mark next to the company because there's some quality control issue that they didn't maintain a standard. Well, the standard they maintained was outside of the interest of the customer that the product went to. Here's the way to describe it. And we have seen this before. So, thanks for the heads up on it. I don't have any problem with the Model 500. Don't you think I'm saying, oh my God, Mark hates the Model 500? Wrong. Wrong. Hell, Maverick shotguns. Most every Maverick shotgun I've ever seen, they work. They're not pretty. They're the Pontiac of the line, right? But the Maverick shotgun does work, okay? So don't get rid of the guns you got. Find out what's going on with them, just like our caller did. And then act appropriately. Act accordingly to make the weapon do what it's supposed to do. Now, here's another thing.
And one more note.
Go ahead. Jump in there, please.
Okay, I just wanted to say that, like in my past, I've used the 590s with Ghost Ring sight, and the accuracy just with slugs is incredible. So it's one of those situations where I'm a big fan of the 500s, 590s, and especially Ghost Ring sight. But what amazed me with this situation was just that something that I have a history with, to discover that there were major reliability issues on something that's considered to be reliable. And so, I still love Mossbergs, but I just wanted to, for anyone out there who buys a brand new Shockwave or any brand new 500 variant, definitely test to make sure before your life depends on it.
As a matter of fact, that's another thing we do need to bring up at this point. If you buy brand new weapons, guys, don't assume because they're brand new weapons, you're just going to pull it out of the foil later and then make it. One of the things that we always do when we buy new weapons is do an operation test before we do an accuracy test. Now, what does that mean? Brand new out of the box, every weapon, our policy has always been, you go to the range, you secure your point on the range. You lay down and identify the test ammunition that you wish to use. You don't do a bunch of different goofy stuff. Right now, we just want a mid-grade standard load. I don't need to be Dirty Harry. I also don't want to be a muzzle loader. I'm not trying to go up or down the scale. I want medium scale, standard factory ammunition, nothing fancy. You then load 5 rounds into the weapon. I don't care what it is. Don't load more, just 5 rounds. The operator properly should be protected. Personally, we even wear body armor. And there's a reason because of experience, by the way. But wear your body armor, put your ear protection on. By God, make sure you got your eye protection on. And then what you do is you aim the weapon down range, and before you've loaded it, you aim the weapon down range. You then charge the weapon with your hand still controlling it and the weapon pointed down range. Now, the person standing next to you, who should be equally protected, is not observing the target, is not looking down range, and has absolutely no interest in what's going to happen to where the bullet's flying. Your job is to make sure the bullet hits an impact area or stays pointed down range. Hopefully, beyond the impact area, nothing's going to get hurt because you're in a place where they already figured that out. Now, when the weapon operates, your mission as the second spotter is to look at the operation and function of the weapon. There's an advantage to this also. Instead of looking down range with a pair of binoculars and waiting to see if it's going to hit, the operations test is to immediately identify if there is a malfunction and, if possible, to be observing the malfunction. The most common thing we're first concerned with, obviously, is discharge of the firearm, but second is proper extraction. Okay? Now, let me give you an example of why this really works well to save eye sockets, faces, and lives. Everybody, we love the Glock. We've just heard about the Glock here a minute ago. You might recall the article from back in the 90s that covered all of the Glock failures they don't want to remind you or talk about. That's like government when they don't remind you about, government bombings and bombings back in the 60s and 70s, which is coming again to a theater near you like your backyard, okay? Well, one of the Glocks is from right here in Michigan. How do I know? I personally know the owner. And as a matter of fact, well, here's what happened. He bought a brand new Glock, 45 ACP. He loaded up the magazine. Now, we're on the range. Everything exactly as described. Wasn't wearing body armor, but he didn't think he needed to. But he was wearing his protection. That's good. And he brought the gun up to his face. He lined up the sight, and he said, "What am I thinking?" At least something. He got too complacent. Instead of bringing the weapon up to his face, he angled it off to the side, kept the muzzle pointed downrange, and pulled the trigger. Well, the slide went past his head in one direction, and he felt a tug on his hand in the other. The whole front of the frame had been blown out. The Glock separated into basically three components. He was still holding the magazine with the, loaded magazine, minus one round. And that Glock utterly failed and erupted in his hand. Now, is Mark trying to be mean to Glock? I wouldn't care if it's a 1911 if it did that. I'd tell you about it. But whatever gun it is, in this case, there were a whole slew of Glocks that did that. In fact, every caliber Glock made malfunctioned in that window of time. Now, Glock never told anybody what happened. This is kind of like the story that our caller just related about the Mossberg. Glock didn't tell anybody, but by God, they wanted that gun now. They wanted that gun yesterday. They wanted that gun in fact, they got a call back from Austria. At first, he called the store, which then called, I believe it was Florida back in the day. And then they called Austria in a matter of moments. Austria called back and wanted the gun back from the gun dealer immediately, from the guy that had the FFL. And then nobody wanted to hand it over until they got pictures, documented what happened, and that's why it was part of the essay on the Glock failures that took place in the 90s. My question was, and again, we can never be sure, was it industrial espionage? Was it a miscalculation or some fudge budget bean counter who changed policy on a manufactured part? The barrel blew right out. The barrel blew out the bottom, actually in what was like a half-moon crescent, which, as it blew out the bottom of the barrel, blew off the front of the receiver, and of course sheared all of the retainers at the same time, which is why the slide went past his head. Had he had the gun lined up, he didn't have long, his arms were shorter than mine, the gun would have been closer and lined up with his eye, and it would have been a different story altogether. That slide might have just stuck nicely in his eye socket. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that, again, you want to do, and I don't care if it's new or used, if you get a used gun, do an operations test. This is for safety, but also it may allow you to identify what will become a recurring malfunction. If you observe the malfunction as it happens, if somebody does, then you can start to the issue and identify what may need to be fixed, and it may be an easy fix. Before you go any farther with discharging the firearm, you want an immediate go-over top to bottom. You first of all always want to check for barrel stoppages. In fact, obviously you should be rodding every gun, new or used, as a precaution, something I didn't mention, but it is something that would be a good idea. As soon as you have for instance, failure to extract, freeze. Do not clear the extraction. You're not on a battlefield. Now what you want to do is look, what have you got going on? Was it again, it could be you might have a gun that you picked up that has, for instance, a more aggressive recovery or recoil spring. Your medium charges aren't going to operate the gun properly because it was meant to bark with a heavier load. There's a lot of upgrades that happen like that with guns, and it's intentional, especially when you get into handguns, and especially when you get into the 1911. My God, there's a whole spectrum and rainbow of upgrades and performance items that are designed to tweak the gun for people who shoot harder and shoot a lot more. So these are all part of the issues where you want to stop, identify it. If it's an extraction issue or a failure to fully eject, you want to stop and first observe what is going on with the components that you can see. When you extract carefully, and you want to recover the brass and observe it. Now, here's why. The brass itself can tell you a great story about what went wrong. In fact, remember, you have brass is malleable. It is even your nickel-coated brass is still malleable. Your alloy brass is malleable. Even your steel brass is not so much malleable, but it scores. When you have a phosphate finish, or if you have a silicon finish, or if you have a nylon finish like a lot of the Wolf and tool ammunition, if I have some kind of failure, if I look at the brass without abusing it, and God, don't throw it off into the woods, what you do is carefully pull it back, catch the round, and look at it. Did you have an oversized lip, for instance, on the case? Was it the case causing the problem, not the weapon? And this happens with some of the bulk ammunition produced. Remember, some things just get through. It's a fluke. Maybe you got that one round. No, maybe not. But the idea is that you evaluate what it is you have. Do you have scuff or scrape? Did you have a distortion in the throat of the case or the shoulder of the case? This means that you won't have to fret and that, oh my God, I bought a lemon gun. No, you may have some lemon ammunition, or you may have not so much lemon ammunition, but you've got one particular problem that needs to be addressed. Could it be even, remember, one of the other things is accoutrements or attachments can be as much a problem. The magazine you have may have floppy or soft feed lips. It may be a used magazine. You didn't look that closely. It's got something that needs to be tweaked. In addition, it can be the weapon itself. The extractor may not have been properly pressed if it was press-fitted into place, or it may actually have a faulty or sheared or partially peened back or peened out retaining pin. This is a real problem, and not only that, but it creates other issues with regard to gouging and wear and tear on the receiver. But it can happen. So you want to stop, freeze, look, and then you go step by step. Look at the brass, then look at where the abrasions are that you identify, and look inside the chamber, look around the chamber, look at possibly something else that is unnatural to the gun. Junk gets caught in weapons. People carry stuff in the field and pick up stuff they didn't even realize. And I'm not just talking combat guns. I'm talking bunny guns, bird guns. Hell, you don't know where that gun's been. If it's used, I mean, I understand that. I'm not deriding it. It's just, remember, not everybody does maintenance on a weapon the way a conscientious shooter might do maintenance on a weapon. Hell, all the 22s I've ever bought cheap, you know what was the problem? Nobody knew how to clean them. You know how many of those AK look-alike 22s I got for $40 a piece because people would shoot them and shoot them and shoot them and shoot them and shoot them, and they'd shoot them, and then they'd just run a swab through the barrel, and then they'd try to shoot it and start jamming and malfunctioning. You want to know why? Because the carbon that comes out of those really dirty 22 rounds looks just like the finish on the inside of the receiver. And so people get really sloppy or lazy or never do any research or don't care to learn anything. And so they fire it until it starts to malfunction, and then they look at it and go, oh, it's a junk gun. So I got to the point where it used to be I'd even try to instruct, and they don't get arrogant and pissy because, you're telling me about my gun. I couldn't put a rod down the barrel, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, rather than get abused, you take the gun for $40 from the person who doesn't know what he's doing. Seriously, I have no problem with that. I mean, I've dropped that idea trying to, hey, I can help you out. I can see what the problem. You don't know. It's a piece of junk. Okay, I'll buy your piece of junk for $40. Takes about 10, 15 minutes worth of really good cleaning. Broke the weapon down, put it back together. Runs like a Singer sewing machine. Only I'm going to clean it way before the next 2,000 or 3,000 rounds of dirty crap ammo, which is what 22 is. No matter what 22, unless you get the Eli in competition, most 22 is the bottom of the barrel type powders, cheapest they can make. It's rimfire. That's the cheapest cap solution you can come up with. It's the cheapest of everything. Guys, bean counters do, they are really in the arms industry. But you know what? I got to the point where I don't care about that person anymore, especially when they start, mouthing back at you. Nope, it's a $40 gun. Now I clean it up and it's a $300 gun. Only because I used a little bit of brains and elbow grease and a toothbrush and some solvent, and then lubricated the gun properly too. Now you'll find the same is true with semi-automatic shotguns. You're going to, they aren't going to tell you, but you take it out, you load up, you inspected it. Now you notice I have said this before, but it'd be a good idea to, first of all, find out more about the weapon, break it down, clean it up, observe it to ensure there's no obstructions, as I mentioned before, and then shoot it. That would be a good idea. If it's a brand new gun, don't assume that it's ready to roll. Let me point something out. I can still go over to centerfiresystems.com, even though their web page is really crappy right now. But if I go to centerfiresystems.com, they still sell the SAS-12. Now, guys, those SAS-12s are real old inventory. You do understand that, right? Those are not brand new inventory. It's centerfiresystems.com, centerfiresystems.com. You go over there to centerfiresystems.com. They sell the SAS-12. They had it for almost $100, and then they went up to $150. So you could have bought them cheaper a while back. Now, they are a magazine-fed shotgun. We know that. But for the price, they were worth having them stuck on the shelf, and it's a gun you grab because it's 5 feet away, and you go boom, 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 boom. Butt stroke the wounded that tried to still grab at your leg. Beat him with the barrel of the gun while you're walking backwards towards the next weapon station. Then you pull out the other gun you have close. Now you really go to town on all the buddies that are starting to come through the garage door after they realize their first buddy's dead. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I got the other pistols and rifles in hand, so they're doing the work the rest of the way. Boom, boom. But anyway, fact of the matter is that the SAS-12 is cosmolined. Now, I'm going to tell you something. That means you have to break the whole weapon down. The good thing, it's cosmolined, or heavy grease, whatever it is they use. Some government, one manufacturing group in China, when they built the gun, they did they stored it the same way they did their military weapons in more modern times, not like the way they used to store the stuff years ago, which was crappy. Anyway, fact of the matter is, you have to degrease everything. Why? Well, you take the weapon out in the winter, and see all that grease that's in the wrong spot where it shouldn't be, or actually it's fine, still not rusting. When that grease becomes frozen or starts to become less malleable, then what's going to happen is it's going to retard operation of the firearm. Any place where there's grease left inside in the bolt channels, anywhere around a traveling barrel where you might have a reciprocating barrel where it actually falls back, that crud's all going to be in there. Getting cold, it's going to retard everything. Here's what's funny. The more you shoot it, the more liquefied the stuff becomes. And for a while, it will be that way. But then once it gets cold again, it'll lock in wherever it is, and you'll find out when you pull the trigger what the next exciting adventure is going to be. So you must degrease the weapon if you're going to take it out of any kind of storage, and it's a factory gun like that, and then you operate it. Now, let me give you a little relationship story here. A friend of mine, Larry Ellsworth, he was a senior sergeant with OPFOR, former armor treadhead, used to be in tanks, M48s and the first M60s, and he pointed out that, yeah, we got new 50 caliber, M250 cals. These are guys in the military, and they pulled him out of the cosmoline. Well, he broke his gun down. All the rest, they just wiped the grease off, and they didn't even open up the action. They didn't disassemble the gun completely because that was work. So they went to the first live fire range. Guess what? 7 out of 8 malfunctions. The 7 were the guys who just wiped the grease, read that cosmoline, off the gun. It's Germany. It's wintertime. Boom, 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 jam. Well, why? Well, because all that garbage inside is building up in certain places. Shoot it enough and you get carbon, which means you get like greasy cement. So his gun, boom, 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 boom. He kept firing and was continuing to fire on the range with his Ma-Deuce, while the others were not. Lesson learned: know how to first of all disassemble the weapon you're assigned to, but also know how to do proper maintenance. And when the time comes and you get a brand new one, disassemble, scrape off all that cosmoline carefully, don't gouge and damage the finish, and then reassemble the weapon with proper lubrication, and it will work for you every time. Prior proper planning prevents piss-poor performance. And again, we've got the brains, we just have to make sure we have the working knowledge. So go do research on anything that you've got, develop your skills accordingly, and your weapons will serve you flawlessly. And if there's a problem, you identify it, then you fix it. If the weapon is in your inventory and there is a problem that is limited, but it's something that cannot be fixed because of a number of problems, the weapon is relegated to second-line defense or second-line inventory use with an understanding and even a tag to identify what it is, because down the road you may acquire other guns that may have parts, something has been shot, something has been broken, something where you can take apart off the hanger queen that you now have that is right there that you just got. That's going to be your new hanger queen. And you can repair that other gun that may have a minimal amount of repair necessary to put it back into service. Armorers are thinking human beings. Armorers understand this. A real armorer knows how to do this. By the way, you need armorers that, really are serious about being armorers. It's not about pulling parts off and throwing parts on. In fact, it's making do with what you got in some cases because it's all you got. So you better make sure it works, or if it does work, know what its limitations are. Okay? Next, and there is, Oh, we're almost to the top. Oh, we got 10 minutes. Okay, we do have enough time. Otherwise, other weapons. I mentioned the 22s. Guys, you got to do maintenance. You got to clean the weapons. You got to make sure that they're properly secured. Again, at different times. Remember, if you store them, yes, you should apply grease. But remember, if you know it's going to be in any long-term storage, another thing when you do cosmoline a weapon, I've told you this before, take an ammo can, or not an ammo can, God, slap me in the head, a coffee can or a can or any plastic container, scrape off the cosmoline first with a little piece of cardboard or whatever, scrape it into the container. If you got 10, 20, 30 weapons, you're actually going to end up with a lot of cosmoline. Either cosmoline or heavy grease are POL products, petroleum oil lubricant products. You're going to be limited on those, and you may want to cache of captured weapons. I got 5 AR-15s, or forgive me, M4 knockoffs of whatever kind, foreign brought in. I want to put them away and cache them. This is what the cosmoline is for. You disassemble the weapon, you cosmoline the parts individually, run a swath through and swage the inside of the barrel with cosmoline or grease. Everything that's a metal surface on the outside, wrap them, plastic bag them, whatever you're going to do. Make sure they're sealed inside another container, which then goes into the primary cache container. Now you got a weapon that's going to last a good long time. By the way, when you bury something like that or you cache it, you make sure that you leave those dirty underpants you cleaned off the enemy dead. Make sure they're cut into strips. You got cleaning rags. You've got solvent. Make sure that all of those are containered in a container, and do not store anything that has any ethers that can possibly leach. Do not store that with ammunition. So you probably want to take those cleaning solvents and everything else and put them in a little holding point that will be known as a standard for your unit, so that there is no possibility of accidental cross-contamination because of long-term storage. Very straightforward, very simple, easy to understand, easy to do, because we're going to use forethought. We're going to use the gray matter between our ears because we are thinking. Now, I don't know how you fix it, man. I just shoot it. Well, that's not my people. Everybody that I've got, everybody has had training in one form or another. In fact, most everything we're talking about and a whole lot more. You all need to be thinking the same way. But that's, again, a personal choice and a personal flavor issue. Proper planning prevents piss-poor performance. Another thing here real quick. I know somebody keeps asking, where are the cheap AR-15s? People bought them already. What do you mean? What's your point? Where are the cheap AR-15s? Yeah, your guess is as good as mine on that one, young soldier. You find something cheap, you let us know. But otherwise, the inventory has been consumed dramatically. It is not a surprise. It is nothing to be panicked about. It just means you're going to have to go to other weapons. Some things I wouldn't recommend simply because, no, that's too blasted expensive. There ain't no sense in going in that direction. However, there are a lot of martial arms and or commercial civilian arms which will work just fine as martial arms, and in fact are probably being used, like that Mossberg 500 mentioned earlier. Tons of those are in military and police hands. 870, tons of those are in military and police hands. Model 37, not so many because it's longer in the tooth, but they're still out there, and some departments have not gotten rid of them, and they will have them either in their back line or strategic reserve. If it's a cop gun and the department is conservative and they're not rich, they will keep a weapon system around a lot longer if they're smart. Most are sucking the gravy off the Fed, which means they're sucking Fed weenie, but because of that, they usually spend your tax dollars with reckless abandon, so they chuck stuff out left and right. Good thing is, we're picking a lot of that up as surplus in our sphere, and it's going where it needs to go. So double plus good, congratulations. Now, oh, God, they're selling pistols with no magazines. They're selling pistols with no magazines now. You got to be kidding me. If you can buy our pistol, but you must buy a magazine. Century Arms, Beretta Model 71, very good, no mag, with apparently is a mock silencer on it, 22 long rifle, only $306.76, or you can get it in 12 monthly payments for $37.51. No magazine. I'm sorry, you'll have to go find some magazines. Barrel length 3.25 inches, caliber 22 long rifle. This is a 23-L rimfire with fake suppressor, historic model 71, fixed barrel, open the side, blowback pistol. These particular handguns are NRA rated, very good condition, no magazine. Well, single shot, I guess if you're good, and it's a suppressed gun, it's not, it has a fake suppressor on it. Well, it probably has a suppressor that's had all the guts taken out, and they've tagged both ends and put it on the pistol, and so it's there, okay? So it's a threaded barrel gun, I assume. I can't tell. They may have even tag welded the fake suppressor to the end of the gun. But $306.76 in this 22 long rifle. Oh, yeah. But no magazine. Don't worry. You'll have chicken's teeth. Okay, that's one of those chicken's teeth things. You mean you can't find anymore? No, sir. They're like chicken's teeth. Anyway, beware stuff like that. Pay attention. You might inherit something like that. Don't throw it away. It's a great gun to walk up and go poop once and walk away. But as far as going out of your way to pick up something, unless you have a source for mags, no. Now, I will, one last thing. I got just enough time for this. Gunpartscorp.com. Gunpartscorp.com. G-O-N, Gunpartscorp, C-O-R-P.com. Go over to their deals and clearance. Go to the clearance section. Guys, if you have a Ruger right now, they have a bunch of high-capacity Ruger mags for under $20 a piece. That includes some of the 20-rounders and 30-rounders that are steel, that were aftermarket, made for the Marlin Camp carbine, that are, again, there are different mags. You got to look at it. I'd say there's about 20 of them. There's a mix. Plus, there's another thing. They have a Llama Mark II Llama magazine. It's a regular Llama manufactured high-capacity mag. If you have the Model 2, guys, $12.95. There are none of those mags out there. The guns are harder than hell to find. In fact, they're starting to go up in stupid price range. But if you have one of those Llamas, you need to go, or one of the other Llamas, go look at gunpartscorp.com, gunpartscorp.com, gunpartscorp.com. Look to see what they have over in the closeout section. I looked last night and it's like, whoa, if I had one, I'd buy 10 of those mags. Because they are factory, they're factory made for military and police. And the pistol's actually quite popular, but the problem is finding any. The guys who have them, some are rebuilding the ones that they found laying around, because Llama's a historical thing now, so to speak. But magazines, for that price, $12.95 a piece, can't beat them. And go look at what they're actually charging for mags for that gun in other places. And this is over at gunpartscorp.com. Go over to their clearance section. Easy to find. Go open that column across the top there. Go over to the clearance section, and you'll find what we're talking about. Plus, there are a lot of other parts in there. One last thing. Got a moment? Remington is making a new semi-automatic gun to compete against the Barrett Model 82. Remington has a new 50 caliber out, and it is semi-auto, magazine fed. It's their own design. It's a little chunkier, lunkier. I'd have to find out more about the modular component, the way the receiver is put together, but it is another solution. However, $5,000 to $10,000 a gun. Huh? That's a hell of a spread. $5,000 to $10,000 per gun. I don't know I know what you get for $5,000, but you might want to take a look at it. Remington, it may just simply, they figure that whatever the market will charge, the market will bear. And that's what they're doing. That's why they're leaving that tongue-in-cheek, really wide price range. Remington, semi-automatic, 50 caliber. I don't know who's carrying them. It is out. It is out there where people can access them. I don't know if any of our people have bought one yet. We got a lot of 82s, but we got tons of Monty Griffins. We got so many Monty Griffins, we can put a whole unit in the field of just in this area here, all with Mottys. Everybody can be carrying one 50 caliber gun. Bolt action, Monty, and then still carry their personal arm. In other words, put it down, make a boom, then put it down, then go to your semi-light rifle and go to town. But Remington has a new 50 caliber. We're at the top. We got Craig from Forbidden Knowledge coming up next. Should be waiting in the wings. Guys, he has gas masks. He has copper rounds. Take time and invest. God bless the Republic. Death to the New World
There's so many rules, things that matter to me. Like driving on beaches and a license to fish in the sea. I used to live like a gypsy, I'd camp by the side of the road. Now they just move me along, there's nowhere to go. Well, I'll give up my gun when the ocean runs dry. Well, I remember when fireworks were always a family affair. The whole town would turn up to join the event of the year. Oh, there were crackers and sparklers and rockets and fountains and shells. When they took them away, they took some of our freedom as well. I'll give up my gun when the sun doesn't shine. Now I lock up my house, lock up my car and my shed. If I try to defend them, I'm likely to get locked up instead.
It's always good in life for this. Hello again, everybody. This is Craig of Forbidden Knowledge. We are on a Wednesday evening, if you're listening live. Let me check the date. It is June the 24th. Well, June's almost over with. A couple of weeks till 4th of July. So we're live if you're on those times at 7:05 p.m. Otherwise, you are listening to it as a rerun. I can be open for topic. I do have a topic picked out I'm going to talk about. It's kind of prominent today is what's going on today in the world. We got big news. Of course, the coronavirus has been big news for months, and the last month now has also been race relations in the U.S., and that's been the main two things here recently. And in the discussion I had with somebody I know met recently, had a discussion about the plight of the black man in the U.S., and I'm going to talk about this. Now, I am of white descent essentially, and so I obviously have maybe either a bias or a lack of understanding in some aspects of it, but I can do research, and I have done a lot of research, and I'm going to give you my opinion about a lot of this today, because the question was posed to me basically was, where do you think this all ends? Well, what's the outcome? What's going to happen? And I'll give you my opinion here in the next hour. And let me start by saying, though, no shows for me. I had not scheduled myself any shows until I think my next show is probably the end of end of August, beginning of September, Memorial Day weekend, Dragon Con in Atlanta. That's the next one that I believe I'm scheduled for. And that is, you can go to forbiddenknowledge.info to find information about where I am scheduled. And I also, let me see, the next one would be, I think, unless something happens, I haven't checked to see what the status of Kentucky is, but then we got the Knob Creek machine gun shoot, of course, in October, and I'm scheduled for that. And then I'd be scheduled for one in November. That would be the Indianapolis 1500, or I'm sorry, 1500. Which is a gun show in Indianapolis, Indiana. So depending what happens, of course, we don't know what the status is. But gun shows have been slowly opening up all around the country. I've been getting notices from various promoters that I have been to their shows. And I know California, Virginia, Michigan, there's a lot of states that are now starting to open up gun shows. And so check all your local listings if you're interested in going to gun shows. And other shows may be opening up too, but I don't have a list here in front of me. You'll just have to start checking. Gunshowsusa.com is a good place to go to, or is it usagunshows.com? One or two will get you there. That usually has the best nationwide listing, although there's a lot of them that are missing on there. Okay, let's see here. What else? So no shows. Forbidden Knowledge.info if you do want to see the shows. I'm basically out of stock on a lot of things anyway. Most of the gas masks are gone. A lot of my food is gone because Mountain House ran out, and then Wise started running out, and so I only have about 1/10 of what I used to have as far as food goes, and I have only about 55% of what I had in masks. The only gas masks I really have are the old Soviet ones. I have those at theprepperstop.com if you want to look at them. Basically, the only ones, and you know, I've been still selling some. I was getting 30 to 50 orders at one point, and it stayed at 30 for quite a long time. And then I ran out of the Israeli gas masks, and then things started dropping out. I ran out of the Israeli filters, as things started dropping off. I still get about one order a day presently, and it's the only gas mask I really have is the Soviet ones. And come to think about it, you know, in actuality, the coronavirus sold a lot of them for me, but now it might be protesters buying gas masks for the inevitable gassing they might get in the form of tear gas and such during protests. I don't know. I don't ask questions. I just sell them. But I have those for $20, including a filter, sealed filter with a Soviet gas mask from the mid-'70s. They're the most uncomfortable gas masks in the world, in my opinion. But they functioning, and they will save your life if you ever need a gas mask. But anyway, that's the only ones I really have. And I have 4 different sizes, 1 child size left and 3 adult sizes left. Okay, so the question posed to me, and I'm going to try to answer it to the best of my ability, is where does this all end? What's going to happen here? We're seeing all this, the Black Lives Matter and everything that's increased because of the, if you want to call it a murder, okay, the murder of George Floyd, I believe his name was. And I have seen the full video of one angle from the front of a car where you can only see the one officer on his neck. That's the one most of you have seen. But there are others. I have seen angles of others in portions. I have not searched out entire videos of all the other angles. I've seen at least 4 other angles. And at one point, there were 3 cops unemployed, Mr. George Floyd. There were 3 cops on at one point, and that's why you saw the 4, because a lot of people were wondering, why 4? What was the other? Well, at one time there were 3 on him, and the 4th one that most of you saw standing in front was kind of keeping the people at bay. You try and make sure they don't rush the situation, which they probably should have. They probably should have put a stop to it right then. Street justice would have been really cool to see that. But anyway, I have not been raised to be racist. I am mostly white descent, I suppose. I'm a white-looking guy, put it that way. I don't know if I have any African descent. And I mean, a lot of people get surprised when they do these DNA checks and find out they have a lot of African descent in them. And I don't know. I've never done those tests. I may have some black in me. I don't know. But I pass certainly as white anywhere I go. All right. So I don't have the stigma or the personal experience that the black man has. So I'm coming from that's my perspective I'm coming from. But I was not raised racist. And the bottom line, when we got talking about this, in my opinion, what's really going to have to, it's just time. That's the answer. In my opinion, that it's time. In other words, if we go back in time and look how things have changed for the black man over time, as each successive generation dies off, the newer generations tend to be less and less racist. I mean, to me, that's the bottom line. Now, we really have 2 issues here in this case. We have police brutality, but we also have the racism towards the black man in general in our society. And so we're kind of talking about 2 things, and they both are pretty much true. We've seen this. But you also have to remember there's been police brutality against other races, too.
Craig?
Crack at that. Hi, Ed.
I want to chime in. You're missing something there. There's that racism of the black man against the white man. Not just the white man, but against other people as well. I mean, if it was seriously just about racism, it wouldn't be Black Lives Matter, it would be All Lives Matter, Craig. That statement in and of itself localizes on a race. And we've talked about on this network, long before the George Floyd situation, about police brutality not just against blacks, but against whites, against Asians. That's something that's been an ongoing thing. It's not something that is exclusively towards a black man, but you do see it more in the inner cities where the blacks tend to congregate. You know, everybody likes to be around their own people. You know, and the funny thing is, a lot of these cases, except for this recent one, are usually black officers doing it to black suspects. Especially when you talk about Detroit. And you know I'm right with Detroit. We're both from Michigan. We've seen that in Detroit. There are many black officers as there are white officers, and they abuse the black man just as much as a white man does.
Well, yeah, I'm not denying that at all. Police brutality is the ones we always see in the press. That's part of the problem is the press, because the press essentially only show the ones where it's a white officer against a black man. That's usually the only ones we ever see, and that's being certainly biased because it does happen to other races, both from a black officer's perspective and a white officer's perspective, or an Asian officer, or whatever. We see it in all respects. We see police brutality, but that being said, probably if you look at the statistics, I don't have those statistics in front of me, it does seem to happen more to the black man than the other races, okay? So yes, all police brutality is across the board, all right? But in this case, the press has focused on this whole black thing, and that's what I'm talking about today. And it does bring up some racist issues, and I'm coming from a relatively white perspective, so it's just my opinion here, okay, folks? It's my opinion. I do have a lot of statistics in front of me and facts and things that I want to share with you, but again, I was not taught to be racist whatsoever, and I think that's what a bottom line, I think that's what it takes. I think it takes each new successive generation being brought up to be less and less racist, because we have seen some tremendous changes towards attitudes towards the black man in my lifetime, and a lot of you listening to this program right now, especially if you grew up in the 50s, if you were born in the 50s or 40s, you have seen a lot of changes to the black man's plight in the U.S. Now, again, I'm coming from also a U.S. perspective. I'm not talking about worldwide, because this thing has sort of stretched out worldwide, and I'm rather ignorant about how black people are treated in other nations overall. So when I speak tonight, I'm speaking of the black man's plight in the U.S. rather than worldwide, okay? And I grew up in black areas, but frankly, I was always viewed as white. So I may be missing something here. And you're welcome to call in and join in if you want, but I'm going to give you my perspective. So time is the answer. So this is not going to change overnight. So many now white people have joined in on the whole Black Lives Matters protests and blah, blah, blah. We've seen that. A lot more white people joining in because a lot of people are sick of it. And these are probably people that also were not brought up to be racist. And it's just each successive generation. I mean, that to me, that's what I believe it's going to take. I think it's going to take time, not some new legislation, not some government mandate, not some executive order. It's just going to take time for attitudes to change slowly over time, because we've seen that happen during many of your lifetimes that are listening to me right now. And as an example, and I was trying to find a list of things, but in general, going back to the 60s, I was born in the 60s, okay? But because of their skin color and a law called the Jim Crow laws, blacks were told at the time that they were inferior to the whites in all ways, including intelligence, morality, and civilized behavior. During this period of time, the blacks were separated from whites in buses, restaurants, waiting rooms, jobs, and more. In other words, they were treated as almost as slaves. Whites were allowed to lynch them or burn them alive or hang them in public. The Ku Klux Klan. When was the last time you saw a colored drinking fountain or whites-only drinking fountain? You see what I'm saying? Things have changed.
Go to New York,
Greg,
they actually still have those things where it's a men-only club or a women's-only club, you know, and race-specific, too.
And the women's plight, too, has also changed over time, and that takes some time, but that's been happening. The plight of women and other races is not really what I'm talking about, focus on tonight, mainly. Again, I'm coming from a perspective as generally a white man, but the women's plight, same kind of thing. You could talk the right to vote and so on. It takes decades and decades of attitude change. This is not going to happen overnight. That's my opinion. You can pass all the laws and executive orders or statutes you want. Things aren't going to change overnight. You can tear down statues, and I'm going to talk about that tonight too. You can do all that stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean you eliminated racism. You've eliminated symbols, and you're trying to make things. But it's already illegal to kill somebody. You don't need a race. What do they call those laws? Were specifically against the race. I can't remember the name of it at the moment, but of hate crime. It's still illegal to kill somebody. It doesn't matter whether it's hate or not, okay? So we already have laws in place to deal with this. You don't need to make it specifically for other races, or then, of course, you could talk about lesbian, gays, transgender, all that stuff. You can, all across the board, there's a certain amount of ingrained racism or biases towards other races, genders, all over the U.S. Now, overall, my opinion of it is, things are fairly good. They could get better, but they have improved a lot from in my lifetime alone. That's the gist of what I'm saying here. We can go back to the Civil War and before, and you're going to find even more changes. But that's over a period of over 100 years. It's going to take time. You still have racism. No matter how many people march in the streets right now, you're still going to have people that are going to be racist. In fact, some have already displayed their additional anger to what's going on to show that there's still those people out there. the clans, there's a racist organization.
Hey,
that
Greg,
still exists.
can I throw something out there? I would believe that if they weren't targeting things like the guy who wrote the Star Spangled Banner statue, okay, claiming that they're attacking that because it's a symbol of racism, I could believe that if they weren't just targeting people like Christopher Columbus, and then the mayor of the city of Columbus, I think it's Columbus, Ohio, where they are saying that they still have the statue, but they're going to rework it so he looks African American, and then put Christopher Columbus's statue back out. You know, there's some ridiculous things that's like, to claim that that they're going after the Southern heritage. That's not just the Southern heritage. You're talking about going all the way back to Christopher Columbus and claiming that, he's the I actually heard this on one of the talking head programs from the other side, that Christopher Columbus is the father of modern slavery in America. And all of his statues need to be pulled down. It's political more than anything else right now. It's a way to attack one side on the other. You can watch the Democrats grabbing it against the Republicans using it against the Democrats. I got a letter from an EMT that we have where they're using the coronavirus, and I'm sure they're doing the same thing with the with this BS with the riots and the protests that are going on. And whether you want to separate them or not, I don't care. They're kind of linked together because the protesters are not doing anything to stop the rioters from doing anything bad. And you've been to protests and rallies before, and anything that we ever did as the Patriot movement, whether it be the UN flag or the gun rights issue, never went into violence because we never let it go there. Even with protests where the civilians are all entirely armed, the protesters are totally gunned up. Never went to what this has.
And those things were happening. Yeah, those were happening before this too. Those kinds of things where you have people instigating, trying to create violence intentionally for a political gain. And yes, you're right.
Certainly and in our protests, we have always put a stop to it. Now, these guys that are out there that are protesting right now, I've heard people come up who are quote-unquote their leaders saying, well, I don't condone what they're doing, but I understand it, and I think there should be more of it. So you're condoning what they're doing, and you're calling for more of it. That's one of the problems that we've got. We've got people like AOC, that's who the one letter is from, telling people not to open up with the coronavirus, that they want to keep everybody in lockdown until after the election. So basically the Democrats are looking at the coronavirus, lifting the lockdown on the cities and the economy as a victory win for the election, making it kind of like a promise that if they get in, they'll end the city closures,
And we're going to see, it's certainly going to be a huge political thing. Both those topics, both the coronavirus and racism, Black Lives Matter, police brutality, whatever, is going to be made political key talking points in the election, and the Democrats.
It already is. It is already there, Craig. Any of your YouTube videos, go watch it. You'll see Joe Biden, who didn't have enough signatures to get on the ballot, up begging for people, to sign it so he would be able to be on the ballot. Well, unfortunately, he got it, but. That's my opinion.
And what do you want that Joe Biden, he's already promised to have a woman as a running mate. What do you want to bet it's going to be a black woman? I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. He's going to try to...
that would not surprise me at all. But, again, it's going to be a figurehead. A lot of the policies that went with Obama when Obama was in the office, they were from Joe Biden. They were not from Obama. All you got to do is take a look at their two political careers and look at their agendas. And just about everything that was done in the White House while Obama was there was done by the VP. It was his agenda line.
Yeah, let me talk a little bit because we touched on statues here, and I want to talk about the statue situation a little bit because I did look up and try to find out what's going on because we've heard major statues going up or coming down all over the world, not just in the U.S. And I have a list here. There might be more than you think. I have a list here of places where statues and monuments have been toppled, vandalized, or slated for removal by government officials. And I'm going to just read off the list. I'm not going to name off each statue, but Albany, New York, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Alexandria, Virginia, Birmingham, Alabama, Boston, Chicago, College Station, Texas, Dallas, Dearborn, Michigan, El Paso, Texas, Fredericksburg, Virginia, Huntsville, Texas, Indianapolis, Indiana, Jacksonville, Florida, Louisville, Kentucky, Miami, Mobile, Alabama, Montgomery, Alabama, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, Nashville, Tennessee, Norfolk, Virginia, Oxford, Mississippi, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Portsmouth, Virginia, Providence, Rhode Island, Raleigh, North Carolina, Richmond, Virginia, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, Sacramento, California, St. Paul, Minnesota, Sharpsburg, Maryland. You see my point? This thing has gotten kind of out of hand. And like Ed said, it's not necessarily just Confederate heroes. You're also seeing Christopher Columbus, and you're seeing other things.
In the
come out
UK,
here,
they
too,
attacked a Winston Churchill monument. In the United Kingdom.
And where does it end? Okay, now several years ago, maybe a couple years ago on this program, I talked about this, and when I was in Georgia, I was in Atlanta, and I went to Stone Mountain. Now, for those of you who don't know what Stone Mountain is a large monument it's near Atlanta. You might as well just call it Atlanta. It's a structure. It's like a Mount Rushmore before Mount Rushmore, but it features Confederate leaders of the Civil War, such as Jefferson Davis, Robert E. Lee, Thomas J. Stonewall Jackson, and they're all on horses. And it's this huge. The actual structure is about an acre and a half, and it's carved into the side of a mountain, and anybody can go see it. Now, at the time, and I mentioned this on the air, there was a gubernatorial race, and there was a black woman running. That she was not the one that won, but I warned people because she had vowed to deface Stone Mountain. Now, Stone Mountain is maybe a little less known history of U.S. history, and it does feature Confederate heroes, whereas Mount Rushmore, and it has a common link to Mount Rushmore, actually. I don't know the guy's official name, the sculptor or the designer or somebody. There was a key figure that was involved in both. In other words,
it was a dynamite sculptor. He's famous. He also did the Geronimo bust in the side of the mountain.
And I'm sorry, I don't know his name, but yeah, he started with Stone Mountain, and he didn't see it through its completion until he was hired to do Mount Rushmore, or to be involved in Mount Rushmore. So this has a history, and this relief, it isn't quite as three-dimensional as Mount Rushmore. I've seen both, but the deepest crevice, the deepest sculpture part is about 12 feet deep. So it's a big deal. It's a huge monument. You can see it from miles away. You basically, when you look at it, you're standing about a half mile away is the main area you look at. But you can go a lot closer, and you can even walk around the mountain. You can walk on the mountain. You can take a trolley, what they call a tram, ice sky tram, I think they call them. Anyway, it's a relative tourist site, and it's not just the sculpture itself. There's a lot of other things to do there. Unlike Mount Rushmore, which really doesn't have much anything else there. Again, I've been both of them. They have hiking trails. They have various. I can't remember all the things. There's a lot of things there for the whole family to enjoy at Stone Mountain. How do you destroy? I mean, they're talking about sandblasting, talking about blasting the face and destroying Stone Mountain. So if you want to see this, now at the present time, I looked it up today, Stone Mountain is basically closed. However, the attractions are closed, but the trails and the lakes and the hotels and other things there are presently open, but the attractions themselves are closed. And we're living in a time where you might see them never open back up again. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Well,
you really ought to see them while you still can. Back 2 years ago, but you may
if
not
the
be able to see them again.
Stalinists have their way, Craig, you won't. And I will. That's what this reminds me of. Is Stalinist Russia. One of the first things that they did before they took power was they went around and they destroyed the monuments to the past. And it's not. It wasn't just It wasn't just one side of the past. They went after everything. You forget your history, you're doomed to repeat your past. Look at what they've targeted. Like I said, it doesn't matter what the statue is. They're going after it. If it's a symbolism of the past, they want it to go. They want it to be gone. Francis Scott Key's the guy who wrote the Star Spangled Banner. They attacked his monument in Washington last weekend. They've attacked they've attacked Abraham Lincoln, who is supposedly, the president that freed the slaves. They attacked his monument.
Yeah. I'm going to get into some of that too. I'm going to get into some of that in a minute here. And in recent history, we had the Taliban do it to Buddhist temples and statues. So this is not really new. It's happened in world history, and it does happen in world history all the time. And it's happening here right now. But Stone Mountain isn't one you're going to tie a rope around a neck and pull it down with a few dozen people. Stone Mountain is going to be a whole different situation. It's going to have to be intentionally destroyed by our own government or the owners of the land or whatever. It's not going to be done by violent people intent to destroy something unless they somehow get a howitzer out there or whatever. So Stone Mountain is going to be a political football for Atlanta, for Georgia. And it may be brought up, and it's definitely going to be brought up in future gubernatorial races again, if it's still even open at that time when that happens again. So anyway, Stone Mountain, see it if you can. If you want to see that kind of thing. I didn't see any of it as racist. I saw it as a part of our history that we can't deny. Blasting a monument doesn't change our history. It might try to hide it, but the history is still there, and if you don't know that part of the history, you may not understand some of what's going on and what happened in our country to get us where we are. So you really need to... I'm looking at it as just a really nice sculpture, a piece of art, and famous people in our country's history. Good or bad, whether you think that they're heroes or not, it's part of our history. Okay? So, let's talk about, and you mentioned Abraham Lincoln. Where does this end? Okay, Columbus, Francis Scott Key. Where does this end? Because you know what? You could pick out, I have a list here. Let me just start with this. How many signers of the Declaration of Independence owned slaves? The answer is 41. Most of the people on that Declaration of Independence were slave owners. Now, slave owners at the time, for, of course, richer white people, it was common. It was real common. It was a different era. But are you now going to go after people that were our founding fathers and try to eliminate that history? Even Washington had slaves. George Washington. And I have a list here of presidents who owned slaves. Yes, U.S. presidents. I'm going to go over that list real quick. I'm not going to talk about each individual, each one. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, Andrew Jackson, and some of his statues have been attacked recently too. Are you going to go after all the statues and eliminate that history too? So that future generations, who's George Washington? I never heard of that guy. Let me continue with the list. There's more. Martin Van Buren, William Henry Harrison, John Tyler, James Polk, Zachary Taylor, Andrew Johnson, Ulysses S. Grant. 18 presidents I'm sorry, it's not 18. Ulysses S. Grant was number 18. I didn't count them. There's probably a dozen there of the first 18 presidents that owned slaves. So now, if you're going to go after Francis Scott Key, like Ed said, or if you're going to go after Christopher Columbus, then I suppose you're going to go after George Washington and all the others too. In which case, what's left of your history? If you're going to try to wipe George Washington's memory off the face of the earth. Now, in George Washington's favor, to be honest, to be fair to George Washington, he was kind of opposed to it, and in fact, he's freed his slaves in his will, but he was a slave owner, just like most of the others were of the time, the rich white people. And here's another thing that a lot of people, and I think a lot of people know this, but it's never talked about. Black people also owned slaves, black slaves. Black people owned black slaves. Black people sold black slaves. Most of the slaves that came over to this land from Africa, the black slaves, were sold to the white men by black owners. Most of them, not all of them. And, of course, there's not only just black slaves, but there's Indian slaves. There's a lot of other races that were slaves. It was not just black, but in today's society, the press, which the press ought to be lynched for a lot of things they're doing, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. And there ought to be an investigation how this whole thing started, and basically crucify them, lynch them, whatever word you want to use, because they're trying to fuel a race war, it seems to me. Again, that's my opinion. But we had a lot of other races that were also slaves. And in fact, in present-day history right now, you still hear stories of slaves in this country even that are being traded and sold and used in this country and all around the world. So this is not something that's going to disappear overnight. This is going to take decades and decades of attitude changing. And not just in this country, but worldwide. And it probably never will, all throughout history. How long has slavery been around? I think I had the figures here. It basically has been around forever. Slavery has never not existed. And again, it's not always just black people, but people lose track of that. I had a page here somewhere, and I don't see it right off the bat. Okay, let's see. In 1830, before the Civil War, there were 3,775 free black people who owned about 13,000 black slaves. And that number actually, and that, let's see, and then there were approximately, in 1830, there were approximately 319, well, let's call it 320,000 free blacks in the United States in 1830. Approximately 13.7% of the total black population was free. A significant number of these free blacks were the owners of slaves. The census of 1830 lists 3,775 free Negroes who owned a total of 12,760 slaves. Okay, we lose sight of that. People don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about also how black people in Africa sold most of these slaves for profit to the white man and put them on boats. Many black slaves were allowed to hold jobs, own businesses, and own real estate. But they still had very limited rights. And things have changed. A black man now can get a loan where he probably couldn't have 50 years ago. Again, slowly things are changing. Go back and watch some of these movies that portray accurately how the plight of the black man back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s even. And it's a world of difference. Okay? Brutal black-on-black slavery was common in Africa for thousands of years. So in the sense that the phenomenon of human beings being enslaved by other human beings goes back thousands of years, but not just among blacks and not just in Africa. Most slaves, let's say some slaves brought to Africa were purchased from black slave owners. Okay, we're going to talk about that already. Apologists for the African-American slave trade long argued that European traders did not enslave anyone. They simply purchased Africans who had already been enslaved and who otherwise would have been put to death. Thus, apologists claim the slave trade actually saved lives. Such claims misrepresent and have a gross distortion of the facts. Some independent slave merchants did, in fact, stage raids on unprotected African villages and kidnapping and enslave Africans. Most professional slave traders, however, set up bases along the West African coast where they purchased slaves from Africans in exchange for firearms and other goods. Before the end of the 17th century, England, France, Denmark, Holland, Portugal had all established slave trading posts on the West African coast. Okay, let's see what else here. Slavery was common for thousands of years. White people ended legal chattel slavery. Of course, the 13th Amendment, we can go on about that, but let's not go there because that's a whole other can of worms. Let's see how much time I got. Okay, I'm doing good on time. So it's going to take time. The bottom line, when I told this person, I gave him my answer, it's just a matter of attitude changes over time. More than likely, if you were taught by your parents to not be a racist, then more than likely you're going to teach your children not to be racist as well. And some people that are racist now might start seeing the light and teach their children not to be racist, or the children themselves might see what's going on and realize, well, it's not a good thing, my parents are racist. But racism still continues today. There's no question there's some racism. Against all races, sexes, creeds, sexual orientation, we see it everywhere in our society. Again, I'm speaking for the U.S. on the U.S. side here. Let's see, what else here? Here's another article I put. The NAACP is calling for removal of a historic Civil War carving from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Well, that's not entirely true. What was actually said was in Atlanta, an NAACP leader said in an interview that the Civil War carving should be removed from Stone Mountain. He didn't have a timeline or a date set or that we're going to do it. He just said it should be removed. So there's actions in that direction. See it if you can. If it ever opens up, see if you can. But I urge people to do that 2 years ago when I talked about Stone Mountain in particular when I went there. We're not going to see any, I think most Confederate type hero statues are either gone or going to be gone here in the next, probably by election, probably. So we're not going to see those anymore, although they'll just be taken down and put in storage for some future day, which they may or may not ever reemerge. Or maybe they'll be sold at auction for big bucks and people on private lands will do something with that. I don't know. It's a possibility. It might be a good buy for somebody. But it's not going to be something that's going to be very easy to do in the near future. Maybe you'll see them on eBay. And there's going to be a lot of other things that are going to be changing over time. But let's hope it doesn't go as far as, well, Christopher Columbus is already starting, and maybe it's going to continue. Maybe not. Maybe people will start waking up. Maybe not. I don't know the answer to that. None of us really do. But if you erase our history completely, I think we're going to be in a world of trouble. And maybe our children's children will never even have heard of the Civil War. Maybe they'll just call it an uprising or something. Okay, let's see. What else do I have here that's Founding Fathers and slavery. Although many of the Founding Fathers acknowledged that slavery violated the core American revolutionary ideal of liberty, their simultaneous commit to private property rights, principles of limited government, and intersectional harmony prevented them from making a bold move against slavery. The considerable investment of Southern founders in slave-based staple or agriculture, combined with their deep-seated racial prejudice, posed additional obstacles to emancipation. And it shows a list here, and you can see these. I think even Wikipedia has a list of slaveholders, of Founding Father slaveholder owners. So let me do it this way, because you'll see names you'll know on here: Benjamin Franklin, John Hancock, Patrick Henry, and so on and so on. John Adams, Samuel, non-slaveholders. The list is rather small compared to the slaveholders, and these names you'll mostly recognize. Non-slaveholders: John Adams, Samuel Adams, Oliver Ellsworth, Alexander Hamilton, Robert Treat Paine, Thomas Paine, Roger Sherman. And if you look at the list of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, if you want to call them Founding Fathers, that's fine. There's a list of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. 16 of them were not slave owners, and I hope I counted that right. 41 were found to be slave owners that signed the Declaration of Independence. Again, this was common. You had agriculture without modern machinery like we have today. Things were done manually, and you needed a lot of labor. And that's kind of the bottom line. That's probably why most people own slaves. Get the food out, to get the agriculture moving. That's probably the number one reason. Now, also, there are black slave, let's see if I can find that article. To go more into detail about did black people own slaves, the answer is yes. Now, it's reasonable, let's see, I need to back up a little bit. The actual numbers in 1830, it said all that 13% of the black population was free. Of these, 3,776 free Negroes owned about 13,000 slaves out of a total of about 2 million slaves owned in the entire United States. So the numbers of slaves owned by black people overall was quite small in comparison with the number owned by white people. So don't get me wrong there. There were some people, but it was small in comparison with white owners. But black people were generally not very big landholders, nor very rich. But what they found was the interesting thing. Let's see, let me continue on with this little article here and pick out pieces. The census shows the majority of the Negro owners of slaves were such from the point of view of philanthropy. In many instances, the husband purchased the wife or vice versa. And sometimes they would purchase their own family members to protect them, you see. If now they are the, quote, owner of their wife and their family members, they could be relatively sure that those slaves, quote, slaves, would be treated better. And since you see what I'm saying? So a lot of times they bought their own, that sounds bizarre to us today, but that was going on. You see, slaves of Negroes were in some cases the children of a free father who had purchased his wife. If he did not thereafter emancipate the mother, so as so many such husbands, let me gotta scroll down here. Let me go back here. If he did not thereafter emancipate the mother, as so many such husbands failed to do, his own children were born as slaves, as his slaves, and were thus reported to the numerators. Benevolent Negroes often purchased slaves to make their lot easier by granting them their freedom for a nominal sum or by permitting them to work it out on liberal terms. In other words, these black slave owners, the clear majority of them, cleverly used the system of slavery to protect their loved ones, and that's the good news. But not all did, and that is the bad news. Let's see here, scroll down again. It would be a serious mistake to automatically assume that free blacks owned their spouse or children only for benevolent purposes. A small number of slaves, however, does not always signify benevolence on the part of the owner. Without a doubt, there were those who possessed slaves for the purpose of advancing their own well-being. These Negro slaveholders were more interested in making their farms or carpenter shops pay than they were in treating their slaves humanely. For these black slaveholders, he concludes, there was some effort to conform to the pattern established by the dominant slaveholding group within the state in the effort to elevate themselves to a position of respect and privilege. In other words, most black slave owners probably owned family members to protect them, but far too many turned to slavery to exploit the labor of other black people for profit. And then we have listings of who were these black slave owners, and there's actual listings. You can find these on the internet. Let's see here. And they go to state by state, Louisiana. And I'm not going to, I guess, why they own slaves. Largest target of the free Negro slaveholders and their motivations were neither benevolent nor philanthropic. One would be hard-pressed to account for their ownership of such large numbers of slaves except as predatory, acquisitive, rapacious, and I'll pronounce this avaricious. I'm sorry, I don't know that word. But lest we romanticize that all the small black slave owners who ostensibly purchased family members only for humanitarian reasons, even in these cases, the evidence can be problematic. You can cite examples from an essay in the North American Review by Calvin Wilson in 1905. presents some hair-raising challenges to the idea that black people who own their own family members always treated them well. You got a caller that wants in there? I see heard some noise there. You got a caller?
Yeah, I'm listening.
No. Go ahead.
I was about to say what you say, but I'll remember in a second. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was going to remember what I was going to say now. One moment.
Okay. Well, somebody had some noise going on there. I thought maybe somebody wanted to jump in there. Okay. Well, anybody's welcome to call in if you want to. Let's see here. Don't go on. This is a very long article, but I won't go on with that more. Let's see what else I got here. I just pulled up a lot of different websites. Even Snopes has a 9 facts about slavery they don't want you to know. And of course, some of them aren't facts, some of them are myths. Let's see some of the myths. And most of these are a mixture. There's some that are true and some that aren't. And I'm trying to find out one that was false. There's one that's false. North Carolina's largest slaveholder in 1860 was a black plantation owner named William Ellison, which is false, and I don't need to go on there. I don't want to go on with just the individual names. But some of these are partially true, some of them are all true, and other ones are all false. I'm trying to find another false one here. Even though, a lot of people like to blast Snopes, but in my opinion and what I've seen from Snopes over the years, usually they're right. Even though they may destroy your favorite meme or something at some time, they're usually right. I believe you need to check out all angles of some particular subject, not just the ones you like, the ones that give you confirmation bias, but you also might want to check out Snopes and other opinions that counter what you think you believe. Remember, what you believe, you look at that word believe, there might be a lie right in the middle of that word belief. Because if your belief is based on a lie, your belief is not valid, at least into general society. Anyway, it's a belief.
One belief I have is, we didn't start slavery, the Europeans did. And it's been that for the last 4,000 years. All right?
Yeah.
So since we didn't, you gotta look at it. They had slavery dumped on them here and everywhere that they could go. Now you're stuck in a form of an economy where you need it, and all of a sudden we become a free nation, and it's kind of like hard to break away from that. I can understand that. They should do it anyway, because we got so much land here. What do you need that for?
And now, of course,
they're just trying to become super rich, I guess. I don't know, some people.
Yeah. One thing else that's coming up now more and more is reparations. We're going that route again. And who gets paid? Let's say you go get a DNA test and you look white, but you show a certain amount of black in you. So does that mean you get reparations? You get money? It's a slippery slope, I think. So, but reparations.
We get taxes back then. We had no income tax. I don't know what was going on back then, but it's pretty strange. Here we are today. Nobody owns land.
Yeah, well, yep. They aren't. There's not free owned anymore like it was when we started this country. To own it, to how does the saying goes that you saw on all land patents, to give and to grant forever, is what they used to say.
We're all slaves.
Oh boy.
We're all slaves. We're all slaves under this.
Yeah, well, that's an argument you're correct. That's an argument that could be made today, that we're all slaves, and the 13th Amendment didn't free the slaves, that it actually made everybody else slaves. I mean, you could argue that all day, and I wouldn't say you were wrong, but I'm talking more in a general sense, the one that's overt and out there right in your face.
I say it knocked us down a few tiers and brought them up a few. And so we're locked in the middle. But we're all people, and we're Americans, and I don't see color as anything being you're an American, natural-born American. So.
Now, and then American, the Cherokee Nation, by the way, also owned a lot of slaves.
Yeah,
black
the
slaves.
Indians were into slavery before we got here. They had slaves. I mean, they were just savages and whatnot.
Yeah, it would be nice if there was no such thing as racism. Any of you that have children at one point in their lives, you had to probably explain to them about racism, and you probably had a difficult time with it. I don't have children, I hadn't had to go there, but anybody that's been a parent.
Yes. I would think the slavery of the Indians would be mercy.
Well,
alive.
This is a subject that's like keeping your freedom. It is something that is a never-ending battle that you have to maintain, and you can do it in a civil or in a civil way. You know, people have shown that. In fact, I think if Martin Luther King was alive today, he'd probably be upset with what happened to the black communities during the protests where they attacked the businesses. Malcolm X probably would be all for it. If you've ever listened to any of their teachings, my dad made it, that's one of the things. It's like we have to read and understand the different, views, points, and religious stuff from my mom's perspective. A lot of these people, they like to do the religious divide thing and claim that Muslimism is something that came out of Africa. Guys, it's not. That's another as far as Africa goes, that's another invading culture that forced themselves on those people. But, that's the one that everybody associates with, black people is being a Muslim, Should it be? Not really. If they had their own religion and stuff still, they'd be worshiping those idols that their grandparents or their great-great-grandparents did before they were enslaved by the Turks and the Muslims that came over across the peninsula there, the continent.
And about monuments, aren't those a form of idolatry? We can always make more. They're trying to get a rise out of you.
Well, you can make more monuments, but are the people around to model them after anymore? That's a whole thing with like the Stalinism thing, where they tear down the history. That way, you have a nebulous face on a statue, and you can claim it whatever it is means to you, but the original meaning or the person that it was set up for is gone. And so you take a look at some of these statues that they're talking about putting up in the place of these. They're these innate pieces of artwork that don't even look like people. It's like, so it's so generic that if you saw it and you didn't see a plaque or it didn't have a plaque or anything, you would just think it's some twisted piece of metal art sculpture that some foo-foo did, because he, that's what they consider art. You wouldn't have any clue that it's supposed to be somebody like Rosa Parks. I saw the statue that they were submitting to replace one of them that was Rosa Parks. It looks like a bench. Now, granted, the back of the bus thing, that might make sense for some people, but you're not going to know it's her because it doesn't look like her image,
Yeah, liberals, Absolutely.
I have something to add before my show ends here in a minute. I have something to add to. A couple of years ago, there was some sort of, I don't remember the specific event where some uproar about the Confederate flag. And at the gun shows, which I did every week back then, the vendors who sold Confederate flags, their sales went out the roof. People, as I guess a form of protest or whatever, people were buying Confederate flags. I'm not saying that that's a gun show thing necessarily. It's probably all across the board, but there was a huge increase in the sales. People were telling me I had trouble ordering enough. Couldn't keep in stock. So that's something that happened. And now I think what we're going to see, like the Nazi flags, which are generally banned, especially unless they're the reproductions anyway, because now you're not going to be able to find any Nazi flags at gun shows other than ones that are like original from World War II as collector's items. You're probably going to see now the gun show promoters forced to ban the Confederate flag unless it's an original from the 1860s or whatever. So that's my prediction. Something we're going to be seeing.
Yeah,
Go ahead, caller.
No, that's freedom of speech. That's free country we live in.
Yep. Strange world we're living in. I'm going to have to end it now. My name's Craig. You've been listening to Forbidden Knowledge. It's 8 o'clock, and my show is over with. But thanks, everybody, for joining me. Hopefully I'll be back again next week. Thanks, everybody, for listening. So long.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12 gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Now you can feel that squeaky clean sensation like none other with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash is a unique natural formula not found in any other oral care products. With a gentle combination of zinc, folic acid, myrrh, and clove oil, Vitamer effectively whitens teeth, removes plaque, and freshens breath, and it does it naturally without any harmful chemicals. Visit us online at Vitamer.com. That's VITAMYR.com. Or call us today to place your order at 1-888-558-8482. That's 1-888-558-8482. Keep your teeth and gums healthy with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer, nature's answer to healthy teeth and gums. And remember, it's all completely natural. Available at participating health food stores nationwide.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we'd hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost. You're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun. Permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm and keep our country deep in debt put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn, and your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores, and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you'll fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? O sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand. Defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Evening Intelligence Report. I'm Mark Kornke. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines in occupied territories, southwest, east, northeast, and south. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com. We're also on AM and FM micro stations, CB base stations, and UltraNet, Hallmark, and Golden Spike Technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon and evening to all of our friends out there in lower 49, which includes the great state of Jefferson, along with CONUS, which is why all the way out to the left coast there, they're 3 hours behind us. It's still afternoon out there. And the outlying 2 states, the outlying 2 territories, and the clock. Somewhere it is midnight. Somewhere it's midday. Here it is 8:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the sun hasn't left us yet. The solar panels are still kicking. I just looked at them a few minutes just before I came up on the air, looking at the meters, and it's like, dudes, we're getting irradiated big time. Whoa. Which is cool, because we're storing this stuff in the battery banks. Anyway, I would like to say good afternoon, evening to all of our friends out there, of course, with microstation 91.5 FM chain. You guys put up 5 of the little China Sport FMs, and we've got a little cluster sitting out there in southern Illinois right now. They're all fed up with Chicago and what they see around the country, and they have gotten motivated. So setting up their own radio, setting up their own UltraNet high definition system, all cable hardline, totally separate from all of the conventional systems and not hooked up to the phone. These guys are doing a really great job. I want to say thank you again to Chris and also to Angela and Janet and Jan. Don't make a mistake. There's 2 girls there, Janet and Jan. You guys have all been doing a great job. I understand that you've been motivating a lot of young and old people alike. That's what we're supposed to do, guys. We're getting ready for the war. It's here. It's already in place. You're not too late. Do what you can. Get more done. With battlefield wreckage and other stuff you'll be able to pick up, people walk away from, we can build even farther. Let the enemy burn their junk down. We build up. Keep doing what you're doing. Today's date, well, it is Weapons Wednesday. It's the 24th of June. It is the 12th year of Open Fabian Socialist and Soviet Socialist Occupation of America with a K, 2020 Old Earth Calendar, 2020 Year of Conflict and the Dance of Swords. Let the dance begin. Well, actually, it already has. So, one of the things we were talking about, the tour block, I want to expand and qualify on here real quick. First of all, I'm going to tell you, guns are for buying, not for selling. I don't care what gun you got. I'm not a gun snob. I like whatever weapon you've got. I don't care if it's a Jennings. It'd be interesting to see how well it works, or a competition offhand Brunelli with all the bells and whistles, and you can tack drive at 100 yards with that little 22 off the shelf, off the shelf, off the shelf. So for everybody out there, all guns are good. It's just some are more fun than others, and others are so outrageously priced you don't even want to pull the trigger out of fear you'll bring the value down. Oh God, I pulled the trigger. It went down by $2,000. Oh my God! Don't turn the cylinder. Don't turn the cylinder. Don't pull the. Oh, don't cock the hammer. Oh my God! See that happens. That really does. Okay, it really is that way. So there's a difference between museum pieces and field and utility, or what we call work guns. Okay, two different worlds. Anyway, we got a caller. I heard a voice. Who do we have?
Yeah, Mark, it's Jim from Illinois. Anyway, Center Fire Systems. We have a antique Turkish Ottoman Mauser, 1893, complete barrel action, good condition, $150, $149.99.
Ooh, hold on, I missed that. That's got to be something they just got in. I don't think they've had those. Oh, come on, you piece of garbage.
Now, I want to know availability of ammunition. What can you do to...
what is it? What caliber is it?
It does not, from what I can tell...
7.65 Argentine is a good caliber, and it's available. Actually, everything is right now. Let me put it this way. If it's 7mm Mauser, or if it's 7.65 Argentine...
I think it's 8mm. I'm not sure.
It was 8 mil?
Yeah.
Okay, now here's the question. Is it a pre-98 no FFL, or is it an FFL gun?
Sale not allowed in California, Connecticut, Illinois, Cook County, Illinois, Kane County, Illinois, Lake County, Guam, Hawaii, Alaska, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, Massachusetts.
Let's go to rifles. It's in the rifle section, right? Or is it over in military surplus? I'm just curious. They goofied up their page. You got to get used to it again, so I'm just curious.
Product details ID. Let me see. Can I give you an item number?
Give me, what's the title? What are they titling it as? I'll just put a search that way.
I got it in
Turkish?
Antique Turkish Ottoman Mauser, 1893.
Yeah, that's pre-98, so that should be a Turkish Mauser. We'll just go that way. Mauser, let's see what we get.
It indicated that there's no FFL or CNR required for transfer.
Right, okay, cool. Now, let's go find that. Come on, show me where that gun is. Turkish Mauser. I hate their page is not working right. Okay, is it over in firearms?
Oh, man, I can give you the address.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm looking here because I'm seeing whether or not it'll slide over and I can get to where I need to. They got a ton of guns. That's the only problem. And I just tried to search, and the search bar doesn't work. I've tried it several different ways, and it just doesn't want to go to where I want to go anywhere. So it doesn't go anywhere, doesn't it?
Well, I'll tell you, I put the number 10 in there, and it didn't say that they couldn't fill the order. I think they have quite a few.
Okay, so is it on the front page?
No, I got it through the email, and
let's see if it's on the front page.
CenterFireSystems.com.
Already there.
/product -details $ID equals 107167 ampersand UTM underscore
Okay, it finally came up.
Can I
you know
message
what?
it?
I reset everything and finally came up, so I found what you're talking about. Okay, Number one, it's a Turkish Ottoman Mauser. So here's two solutions. It's a 93, Model 93 action. It's pre-98, so it's no FFL required. It is a complete action. Looks like maybe small ring rather than a large ring Mauser, which is not a problem. Don't worry about that, guys. The big thing is, well, hell, that's still a good buy, no matter what. The 93 stocks.
8 millimeter. It's 8 millimeter converted from 7.65 millimeter. That's what they say.
Well, then that means it won't have any problem with 8 because 765 is the 765 Argentine is comparable to 30-06. Pressure-wise, cup pressure in the chamber, the whole 9 yards. So if it was built in 765 Argentine and they converted it over to 8 millimeter Mauser, it won't have any problem handling any of the standard rounds. As a precautionary, what I would use it for, I would use it with Preview Partisan new ammunition, and that way I wouldn't have to worry about any variations in load. I would go with a mid-grade load to test it, but I doubt there's going to be any problem. The big thing is you're going to have to come up with stocks. Now, if you look around, it's the 93 Mauser. What you want to find is somebody who's got some cobble stocks. That's the best way to rebuild it because it would make a great, offhand utility defense and game getter rifle. Obviously, also an anti-personnel rifle. I doubt that they're offering any. Well, hold on. Just scroll down to the bottom. Sometimes if they have plastic, they show it. Ottoman Mauser 1893. There's a video at the bottom. For anybody who's curious about what we're talking about, if you go to centerfiresystems.com, www.centerfiresystems.com, for a search, you can put Turkish Mauser or Antique Turkish Ottoman Mauser 1893, complete barreled action. Now, it's not very often that these don't have the extractor missing. But in this case, they're saying complete, which means this is a functional firearm right out of the box as far as the mechanical action goes. What you need to track down is a bum stock. In other words, something that you can get cheap. But for the price, this is actually the best of the pre-98s that I've seen laying around, only because that bore was probably not. That's not a bored barrel. That is a replacement barrel. They converted it over to 8 millimeter. Now, the advantage of this, since it's in a Mauser caliber to begin with, so extractor, firing pin, nothing changes there. Magazine well with 8 millimeter Mauser will work just like it would with 765 Argentine / 765 Mauser. And the only thing they did is torque the barrel, torque the 765 barrel off and probably put the other on. I doubt that they bored it. Now, if they tell me it's smooth bore, I believe that. But if it's a stepped military barrel, I can see that by looking at the picture. There are a number of good images there, so you can kind of get a feel for what you're looking at. Doesn't look like anything to write home about, but I will say this. A lot of these guns typically have, as you've probably seen, horrific rust underneath the barrel, and these do not have that. These have been properly stored and properly maintained. They probably were converted over to 8 millimeter after World War II. That happened quite a bit because there was more 8 millimeter Mauser from the war laying around, billions and billions of rounds, and the 765 was probably faded in favor of the 8, even though both of them were post-war rounds at the time. I mean, we're, 30-06 and other calibers were becoming dominant. 06 was already dominant in our sphere, let's put it that way. So this is not a bad buy. Thank you for bringing it up. I missed this, but part of it is Centerfire, like I said, has been jerky to work with as far as their page goes. Apparently somebody convinced them to change it. Let's see. I don't see anything that is precluding any problems. No FFL required. But a picture of a valid driver's license must be sent to Centerfire Systems. Centerfire Systems only ship to an address on driver's license, and adult signature is required upon delivery, and any other state or locale with restrictions, blah, 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 which would be California, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, and Cook County, Illinois. Hey, isn't that the state where you are? And is that the county? You're not in Cook County, are you? I shouldn't ask.
No.
Okay, good. Okay, well, that's good.
I'm down in Peoria Central.
These would be worthwhile, but like I said, now here's the thing you can do if you want to help with the search tonight, because I want to start working on this right away. Like you said, how many can we get? Let's see if we can get 100. Can I get 100? No, I don't want 1,000. Let me see if I can get 100. I want to add 100 to the cart. They have 100 of them. I can buy 100 right now. So they have 100. So anybody 100 or less, if you were interested in like 5 of these, they would be a good choice. If I were to go ammo, if you were looking for 8mm Mauser, you want something uniform, this is not. Now, I will point this out. Somebody immediately is going to probably start asking goofy questions. There is an 88 Gewehr 8mm caliber, chambering, that is different from standard 7.92x57 commercial Mauser/military Mauser. That round was in the Gewehr 88, which predates this gun by 5 years. Since they already told you that this gun was in 7.65 Argentine/7.65 Mauser, this weapon already supersedes the pressures, far exceeds the pressures for potential from the older chambering. So you won't have to worry about getting that confused. This gun would even be an option to, some people have already done this, the Spanish government did. They took basically this rifle and had another barrel made in .308 and just switched them over to 7.62x51 NATO. I would not do that because this gun is bought and paid for. All you need is a stock. Then after that, all you do is figure out what ammunition you want to purchase. I would go to aimsurplus.com, aimsurplus.com, and I would buy Preview Partisan. It's Boxer Prime non-corrosive, and you can get it in 2 or 3 different bullet weights. You can also go to unammo.com, and they still have some 8mm surplus. It is, in fact, here's an interesting combination: Ottoman ammunition, and they've got some of the Ethiopian 8mm Mauser. Best price in the country right now. Now, I will say this, that's corrosive, but I don't care. This is a bolt-action rifle. It's easy to clean. So if you were looking for a stash gun, you get this. First of all, you got to track the stock down. Track the stocks down. After that, everything follows. Where would I go for stocks?
What bullet weight would you recommend, heavy or light?
I'd go light initially. If they had the 150 grain 8mm, I'd go the lighter 8mm to be safe because this is a 93 action. See, any less stress you can put on the 93 action, the happier you'll be. But I would point out, we used to buy these guns for $18 a piece, no FFL, and they had stocks on them. Used to be $18. Yeah. I bought so many of them, I lost count. I'm serious. I have caches of these by the 50s. Of this rifle right here. It was the, again, Turkish Mauser, Model 93 with the stocks. Later on, when they got down to the bottom, it was cracked stocks, and they were $16.95 a piece. And I just kept buying them whenever I had spare cash, and we just kept stacking them up. Some of you might recall, I don't know if you guys remember when they started using them for making stand-up lamps. Anybody remember that?
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, no, they didn't break them. They just had so many of them. They were trying to figure out a way to get you to buy them. So they had a lamp kit. They did that for these rifles, which, by the way, are perfectly functional weapons. There's nothing dysfunctional about them. And they also did the Steyr straight pull Model 95s, which we have a ton of too. They don't require any FFL if they're pre-98s. And the only thing about the straight pulls is that they're in 8mm Steyr, and that there's not any of that being made, except there is now some being made by Preview. So the cool thing is, even those guns are viable. But I would go any of the Mauser ammo should work in this. I put my cheek to this action, the 93 action, with every kind of 8mm surplus you can imagine, and I never had a problem. We never had a malfunction, and the gun just kept working. Now, don't get stupid.
8mm lower pressure than like 30-06?
Repeat?
Isn't the 8mm lower pressure than 30-06?
Yeah, it's, again, you see, it's in the same family. 7.65 Mauser, 30-06, 8mm Mauser are all within the same cup pressure ranges. Mauser's a little tighter, a little higher, but that spike, there's a pressure spike. If you look at the sine wave, they're so close it really doesn't count for much. And the Mauser, these things were used. It's obviously this gun didn't blow up, or they wouldn't be sitting there looking at it right now. It's just a case in point. Here's what usually happened with surplus guns. Americans buy surplus guns. They do not use the surplus ammo. They use the brass, and they load up a Dirty Harry charge. And then they blow the gun up, okay, but not this gun, okay? And again, not at least this one obviously has not been played with. But if you really supercharge or try to press everything to the limit, the 93 action is not your first choice for that because of the nature of the design. The 98 is the first one to come up with a double locking cam system, you know, all the bells and whistles, including the blow-off ports and everything. Now, I would be willing to bet, and let me look here real quick, this is probably an upgrade because it's got the newer barrel. There is probably a vent check somewhere around the bolt forward area of the receiver. Now, it may or may not be because it depends on the year, but what that is in the event there is a case rupture because of a malfeasant case, instead of the pressure blowing back around the bolt and coming back to your face. And this is a safety feature for all weapons that are bolt action. It's just that the 93s typically did not have it. If it doesn't, I'm not going to panic about it. And again, these rifles are in one piece. Obviously, they have not blown up yet. And I doubt that they will, okay? So this is a good buy. It really is. Of all the rifles I've seen in recent years, because it doesn't require any paperwork, it is an excellent choice. By the way, get your grandma or your grandpa who are very, very senior to buy these for your people. Get grandma or grandpa. They'll be passing away maybe sooner. This is a reality. And ask your patriot grandma or grandpa, your oldest family member, the oldest one, not preferably 93, 95, 98. Grandma, you like the patriot movement? Yeah. You want to help us? Sure. Got a driver's license? Yeah. We need to do this. Okay. That's how it works. That way there's nothing to go to, and you want to go talk to the headstone later on down the road. If the commies really want to start, going down the list, then it won't do them any good. And you all should be thinking this way. If you've got younger people, gift them this way. Gift them. But also remind them if they have a sterile gun, no way in hell do you sell it, and you don't show it to everybody. You put it away, and you shut up. You take your collection of, that's interesting guns, and they go sideways out of the way, because that way when they do come to the door for all the other stuff, if you're not fast, you're not going to lose everything, and besides, all the rest of your guns, as I've said many times, should be spread out. Also, if they come for the guns this time, we'll be shooting their ass. I mean, that's just all there is to it. I don't give a squat about any of these characters in uniform anymore. They hate us. Beer virus showed us that, just exactly how arrogant they are. Now they want our help. We got to support you because, well, the other side of the team, the rioters, are out there. Otherwise, solutions for stocks on these, I don't see. Usually when the Centerfire has this, but their webpage is messed up. They might even have a Syntha stock or something on the shelf. I would look. But chances are they don't, because that's why they're offering these as is, quick move out, quick turnaround. But if you look over at gunpartscorp.com, gunpartscorp.com, Mauser, model 1893 stock is what you're looking for. I would scour all the other gun surplus companies, because a lot of times here's what happened. These guys got the action, the other guy got the barrels and barrels and barrels or boxes and crates of stocks that went the other way. Now, you might find a stock for this for as little as $10. I'm serious. Okay, in fact, down at Knob Creek, it's more than a couple gun shows ago, guy showed up down there with, he had like barrel after barrel of stocks, wooden stocks for Model 91 Nagants, for 93 Mausers. He even had stocks for some Springfields, which I think he regretted he sold when he finally realized that what they were going for. But the average price per stock was $10. No matter what he had in the barrel. When he emptied out the first two barrels, he just went back to the truck and rolled out two more barrels and put them up. So he had a whole truckload of these barrels full of stocks. And it was piles of the same model. So obviously he'd been putting them under the workbench for a while.
Mark.
So that's your, go ahead, jump in there, caller.
Yeah, thanks, Floppy. I came in a little late. Are these Mauser barrels actions at Centerfire Systems or what?
They are at, again, I'll start from top to bottom. Centerfiresystems.com, centerfiresystems.com. For a search, you can push in Turkish Mauser on their search line, or you can put Antique Turkish Ottoman Mauser 1893, what will pop up is an actual Mauser work. These are Mauser actions, they're saying, too. They're actual, at least they put the Mauser work, it probably is. I just can't see very well. I'm looking, but I don't see anything that's telling me that it says, Waffenfabrik. Let's see, well, I see lots of Turkish markings, which have not been ground off either, so it's actually all correct. The receivers are not ground and defaced or anything like that, which is cool. When you go to the Turkish Mausers, what will pop up is Antique Turkish Ottoman Mauser, 1893, complete barreled action, good condition, $149.99, no FFL required, does not require curio or relic. I punched in 100 of them, and it did not bounce me. Says that there are 100 of the guns available, and that would be $14,999. Well, $15,000. I think I'll throw the dollar in there. Huh?
I said, will they take a check?
Probably. Well, the thing is that, again, that means there's a good quantity here, so if anybody has Mauser 93 stocks maybe laying around, however many stocks you have, that's how many of these actions I'd buy. And right off the bat, you got a whole bunch of 8mm Mausers in service. The big thing is, I pointed out again, first of all, you find the stocks, you can go to gunpartscorp.com, you might find some there. I'm going to look in a little bit, gunpartscorp.com, gunpartscorp.com. Also, e-sarcoinc.com, e-sarcoinc.com. Another one, which is the newer kids on the block, apexgunparts.com, apexgunparts.com, APEX, apexgunparts.com. And check the usual criminals otherwise out there that deal in gun parts, because this is one of those things where they have that odd stock, a pile of them. They don't have anything else. They might just have Model 93, blem stocks, not looking pretty, oily usually, which is fine for what I'd be doing with this. I don't care. I know how to treat the stock and bring it back up. And in fact, if they had crack stocks, I'd buy those. Why? Easy to fix. I can do all kinds of things with those, make them work right. Or a cut stock. A lot of times, they have like maybe some sporterized or were made to cadet spec for a training, program with one country or another. They had a bunch of these Mauser 93s. They would cut down the stocks half length, round them out, make them into like poor man's competition rifles. Any number of different ways, but the stock, all I need is something that's got a butt stock on it, get my finger to the trigger, and I got a little bit of foregrip, and that's all. I don't care what it looks like. You might find something laying around with, if you got a nicer shop where the guy's got a bunch of extra junk laying around. First, go see if he's got any 93 stocks. Maybe he's got a barrel just like I described in one of the old gun shops. If that's the case, you end up with some pretty good, pretty cool goodies, which is something you want to think about.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyway, okay. That is centerfiresystems.com, centerfiresystems.com, centerfiresystems.com. And for everybody out there, take the time, plug in, and check it out, see what's going on.
I'm sure they'd be fine with any factory load 8mm, don't you?
Yeah, I wouldn't even worry if especially a new production load. I would say it would work just fine for our purposes there. So that is something to think about. And it's one of the, well, actually, wasn't really thinking about it until it was brought up here, but it is something I'm kind of harping on from the moment because the price is right, okay? So you all need to be taking a look at it and see if it makes sense to you or something that would be useful, okay? Next. Oh, and by the way, I mentioned it before. When you go over to Centerfire and you go to the Turkish Mauser and you find it, it's a barreled action, complete. Everything's there. Bolt, magazine follower, everything. This just drops right into a stock. Go down to the bottom of the scroll, and there is a video, Small Arms of World War I Primer 093, Ottoman Mauser 1893. There's a video link at the bottom, the whole big panel. If you touch that, it will give you a complete review of the 1893 Mauser. So this is great. In fact, the very gun we're talking about. So this means you can be brought up to speed with somebody else's tutorial, and then you can make decisions from there. Okay? Next, I want to go back to the pump shotguns. We kind of really got away from that, and we spent a half hour, but we got the Mauser thing dealt with. And it's a good choice. Anyway, with regard to pump guns, another thing I would point out, there's pawn shop deals all over the place, but I don't know what's left. Somebody asked me about Stevens shotguns. What do you think about those? I got quite a few of them. Used to be you could get Stevens pump guns for $45 to $105 at the gun shows. When I used to have tables set up, they'd come through all the time. Most people didn't want to buy them, and they'd offer goofy lowball, like $10 prices. I'd give the guy $50 for them and make everybody happy. He'd go right around the whole show. I said, well, I'll give you $50. You go ahead and see if you can get more. And I didn't care if it was 16 gauge, 20 gauge, 12 gauge. Why? It's a pump gun. Easy, like I said, the qualifier from the 2-hour block. It is a gun that everybody has been conditioned to use from Hollywood. They probably going to hate themselves on this in the long run, because while you may not have the small details down because they never show you in any of the movies, the basics are there and you understand it, and people mimic by, again, imagination and review of their subconscious. So you've got a really great weapon that everybody knows how to use, and everybody can handle without any problem, and everybody knows you got to pump it to make it work. Half the battle is getting everybody to think about that, but government-controlled media has done it for you. Now, the Stevens and the other guns that are out there like that, or the Marlins or pump guns, they're fine. Now, the parts are going to be up and down, some non-existent, or, well, they're not non-existent, but you got to go to certain sources. You may have a grandpa gun already. Somebody says, well, what if I have, this shotgun? It's got a 30-inch barrel, 32-inch barrel, or 28-inch barrel. That's fine. And don't cut it down. Leave it the way it is for now. If you have something like that, don't need to go buy another pump shotgun. You need to find out how the one you have works. And if you just got it or inherited it or have a bunch of them, you better figure out how each one of them works and make sure you know what the nuances are of each of those guns, because there are differences in design. Ergo, there are slight differences in operation. Some have a lock release after you pull the trigger. In other words, boom, pull the trigger, you can whack the action and pull the trigger. But others, on the other hand, don't necessarily have that feature. You have to push the release tab, usually to the side of the trigger guard, every time that you want to work the slide. And so for that reason, it creates another thing that has to be in the back of your head with regard to operating the weapon system. Okay? And this is especially critical because your life depends on it, or maybe eating if you're after Bambi. Now, when I mentioned don't worry about it being a longer barrel, remember we've talked about this. Get into reloading to the best of your ability right now. Simple single-stage presses are fine. But when you do, for instance, with a shotgun, you don't need to cut the barrel down if you know how to load traditional flat cardboard wad shotgun loads. Why? Well, without that cup wad that they make at the factory that keeps the shot all together and cupped until it gets so far out, that little piece of cardboard is going to ensure that the moment that those pellets leave the end of the tube, they're going to spray. So, you see, you didn't need to cut the barrel down. You just need to have a different type of ammunition to do exactly what you wanted the shorter barrel to do, which, by the way, with the shorter barrel won't necessarily give you that much of a spread if you're using modern ammunition. If you're trying to hose down the hallway, it would really be nice if you really truly do hose down the hallway. Okay, just something to think about there. So, again, any of the older pump shotguns, all of them work. There's a bunch of, other than the thumb buster, like the Winchester Model 97, the trench gun. That used to be the to-do gun everybody wanted to go to, even though they called it the thumb buster for a reason. Marlin made a variation on that. There was a similar design with the exact same mission. And so did several other companies. And they had a thumb buster type action, but they were a different gun. So they're out there. Go ahead, caller, jump in there.
Yeah, I was going to ask you some questions about the armor at the Sportsman's Guide. I'm just going to give you an update on the Croatian stab armor. It's out of stock.
Oh, it is? Well, hopefully we sold it out. That's good. It was there. It was there when we started the program.
Yeah, I just checked it. It was out. I was looking for it, and it said sold out or out of stock. And I was just wondering on the Italian ceramic armor. I think it's $224 right now or $225.
Yep, $225.
Yep. Yeah. It runs the only sizes they have are medium and large, and I'm an extra large. How does their armor fit? Is it pretty close to ours, or?
Well, it's full size. You got to remember all this armor has to go over all the other junk that you're wearing as far as clothing and such. So actually, it usually accommodates more than what we would consider to be the clothing spec size. Yeah, as a matter of fact, they did sell out. So hopefully we did that, and that's good. Thank you for listening, and thanks for responding, guys. I'm going to remove that from my list. I was going to put it on my shopping. It is in my shopping cart. As it is, the armor itself should be good. Are you a generous extra large or just extra large most of the time? Because remember, you see, it's like myself. I can wear a large, and 2X, of course, got lots of extra space, but I wear a large to extra large. And I'm big. I'm a good size.
2X for me, it gives me plenty of room. And extra large, it fits me good, and a large would be tight.
Okay, well, you might hold off. Again, look around. I just don't know where to go right now for any of the surplus armor. I'm trying to think who else. KeepShooting.com. Check them, but I don't think they have much of anything. They've sold down. They've sold down to the point where they're way down. And I haven't looked to see if Major Surplus did do any surplus armor. They're way out on the West Coast, but they might have something. Just to see if they have the bigger sizes. Not everybody had the bigger sizes like they've done here. Now, even in the Hungarian ceramic, as I mentioned, they did have OD green. They've sold out of the OD green. All they've got left is small woodland and medium desert.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, what they got? Then you're going over to other armor. Check. Oh, come on. Botash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, check to see what they have. He did have some surplus comp armor, but and again, the stav armor, like I said, the light armor goes under your plates. If you're looking for something to supplement, you're using plates. You and I both know the plates are a bag of dog food. Okay, there's what you're carrying, people, a bag of dog food. So you don't want another bag of dog food. Okay, if you're going to go like the Italian one, you've got everything there in one package. Now, it's pretty cool because all your weight is distributed over the same areas without any pressure points. Know what I mean? In other words, it's broad shoulder contact, and you've got armor laying there, so that actually does work well as padding. The only consideration, if you want to help out, go slowly through Sportsman's Guide. Their goofy page has been doing some really bizarre stuff, and they may have something else tucked away. Now, I'll tell you why. You see that British surplus blast short armor I mentioned? I specifically searched for that and could not find it. You know how I got it? Somebody sent it to me. It was some other goofy ad on one of the other pages. I was looking, I thought, son of a bugger, that's what I was looking for. So I went over to it, and it's actually been in stock, because I looked at the history, and it was in their inventory. But when I tried to find it on their stinking page, I could not drag it up. So that's where, again, there could be some other armor laying in there. It's like, well, hold on, I know you want to talk. One more second here. The Hungarian armor, that's how I found that. When you tried to search it initially, their page wouldn't show it. So they may have others that they've brought in even, and if it's in what basically is like a digital alcove, then you're going to have to burrow it out of their system is what you're going to have to do. So everybody can pitch in on that one, because I know, granted, they have just sold out of a lot. We just helped them sell out of some things right here. Helmets are the same way. They've only got one Kevlar helmet that's surplus left, and they want, like I said, $72 for it. It's a good helmet, by the way. The Italians make good gear. There's nothing wrong with their junk. So just a heads up on that.
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah. The other stuff I was looking for and I couldn't see it was and I don't remember, I didn't see the sizes they had, was, of course, the top dollar was the Polish armor, but I could not find it.
I think the
couldn't
Polish
find it on there.
it's probably gone because, like I said, that was the most phenomenal deal of the whole bunch right there.
Uh-huh.
I have a certain number that we picked up, and they're not going anywhere. They're staying right here with where they need to be.
Right.
But, and that's because I jumped on them right away, because the big sizes you don't see in surplus. Now, if there's more of the Italian, Hungarian, or Romanian that comes in, might want to check see if there's any Romanian also.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they'll be just like we've seen so far, all the way up to 2X. If it's Polish people are big people, the big bone guys, and they are 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2". So, I mean, that's not unusual for that population group. So
but you're saying that
I'll
probably I should probably stay away from the Croatian because it's or not Croatian, the Italian, because it's going to run too close to it's going to be a little bit small for me.
Right, it'll be more into there's a slide up and down the scale. It depends though. You got to look because again, like I said, armor and rain gear has to be oversized.
Yeah.
Armor and rain gear might say large, but in reality you can slide it over a bigger carcass if you have to make it work. But there again, how much cold weather gear do you wear? That kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Other than that, I haven't found anybody else. I was searching hard last night, and that's why those were the top 3 selections that I mentioned. Everybody's going, what are you talking about? Because we're just talking to the sidebar here. Okay, let me qualify this again. As a matter of fact, one of the items is gone, okay? So I will be only listing the 2 that are left in armor as far as vests go. There are 2 vests I recommend right now because they are affordable. One is the U.S. Military Surplus Paratrooper Frag Vest. It's brand new. They're $117. If you need body armor, which everybody who is looking at fighting needs body armor, there is no such thing as a bulletproof vest, okay? There is no such thing as a bulletproof vest. There's bullet resistant, but there is no bulletproof anything. Something will get through, or slide along and find a soft spot, and then you get tagged anyway. But it does make a difference, and we're going into a war. This war is not going to slow down. The Israeli Mossad and the American counterparts that have helped to push the rioters are going to bomb us. They're going to do just like they did in the late 60s and the 70s. Sooner maybe rather than later now, because the thing is pittering out for them, and they've got to keep the fear-terror thing going. In the late 60s and 70s, at the high point of leftist bombings in America, there were anywhere from 600 to 700 bombings a week. These range anything from a single pipe bomb to larger propane and or other incendiary type explosive devices listed as bombs rather than incendiaries. The government lies about stuff like that all the time, so we'll accept that. The fact of the matter is, though, that still 600 to 700 explosive devices, many of them made with nails, brads, chunks of glass, whatever you can imagine, steel pipe, and fragmentation is the norm in those conditions. It's not a bullet, it's fragmentation, which is why you need other armor to wrap around your derriere and wrap around your body. Not everything is going to be a bullet hit or bullets flying through the air that tag your hind end. This is why the plates are good, but plates are for center restriction. They are for center safety, core safety. They do not offer any protection around all these other soft tissue areas, which, by the way, you can bleed to death from just as easily. So, again, the first one, U.S. Military Surplus Paratrooper Frag Vest new. These are brand new. They go small and medium. Italian Military Surplus Tactical Carrier Vest with ceramic plates. This is the, again, Italian Military Surplus Tactical Carrier Vest with ceramic plates. This has crotch armor in the front, rifle plates front and rear, secondary Kevlar around the whole of the body, but also that big panel up in front to, cover your gonads. In addition, it's got a gorget up front, which is very unique. Not everybody does this, and the Italians did. I noticed this a few years ago, several years ago, when they came up with these. A gorget is actually it's designed so that it protects the throat from being slit. That was its original purpose. Just like a buckler protects your gut, okay? The gorget is usually above and right in front of the throat, so that way if something spalls off of the ceramic or a bullet does ride high, you've got more protection center mass. Now, in addition to that, the Italian vest has full wraparound throat armor. So again, it's a good solution. Doesn't have real large shoulder pad / overlap shoulder armor, but it does have all these other features, which makes it a very useful piece of equipment for $225 because it is using rifle ceramic plates. So for the price, go look at everything else out there. It's in woodland camo. It is used, but it is serviceable. And I've seen these. Now the other thing, one of the vests are gone. The Croatian vests are sold out. Thank you for doing that. British military surplus blast shorts with Kevlar. British military surplus blast shorts with Kevlar. British military surplus blast shorts with Kevlar. Like new or new? The ones we've seen, I've seen about 3 or 4 of them so far. 2 of them look brand new and issued. The other 2, if they were used, they got pulled out of the package, set on the shelf, collected some dust, and got sold. $40.50 a piece. They're in multicam. They're designed to protect your groin. They also protect your crotch through the through area to your bunghole and your backside all the way up to the base of your spine, which is really good. $40.49 a piece. And if you're multicam, congratulations. It'll make you happy. It's in multicam. Okay. I don't think your butt's going to care. Okay, it could be a pomegranate for all we care, as long as it stops something from, snagging your hind end and you having to poop out of a plastic bag out of the side. Probably be good for you, wouldn't you think? So just a little heads up on that one. Another thing there too is, again, they've had these before. Yes, this stuff was all cheaper before. Somebody made a comment. Well, it was cheap. It was cheaper before. Yeah, it was. I told you guys to buy this stuff when that was down to $22 or $24. Went up to $28. Now they're up to $40.49. The paratrooper frag vest came in, started out about $69. Now it's up to $117. Why? Look at the market share. Look at what's left. The other stuff's all gone. The Italian, well, pretty well came in, but they had it dropped as little as $174 or $175 as a discount, and then it's back up to $225. On the Kevlar helmets, they're up by about 1/3 from where they were. They were as low as below $50. They're now up around $75. So, again, what's happened? We are at war on American soil. That's what's happened. We are at war on American soil. That's what's happened. And all these idiot sticks you see. The other side I don't care about, but I want you to look at the fools. I mean, everybody, at least get a bike helmet and put it on your head. The idiots come out there acting like a bunch of animals, frothing at the mouth. I don't think I want them to have any armor. I want them to get their brains blown out. If the cops don't do it, who, by the way, would turn around and come and grab your guns and threaten you in your house and try to kill you in your home, that's why I don't support them. Once they're done killing the communists, they'll be just as busy turning around and staring cross-eyed at you with a corona beer virus scam, just like they did before, coming to people's porches, doubling and tripling up and saying you're going to shoot your ass if you don't, succumb to them. Yeah, whatever. I have no faith in any of them. So we got to take care of ourselves. And again, body armor, body armor, body armor. Last but not least, of the bunch, but it's going to be for your medium-sized and small people, they still have Hungarian military surplus ballistic vests with ceramic plates. Everybody that got these, the one I saw here, I didn't have it here, but over one of the armor shops, over at the mechanized units, they bought these. They bought them in the woodland. Guys, they had dust on them. They looked like they had been pulled out of the package, set on the shelf, pulled back, put in a box, sold. They're virtually brand new old inventory, but they only have 2 sizes left. They've got small and medium. In the small, they have woodland. In the medium, they have desert, 3-color DCU. These are like new, excellent condition, if not new, but old inventory. There's pictures of the plates and what they look like. There's all the information, the spec information you need there, etc. And you can see by looking at it how they're built, what they have in the way of pockets and pouches on them. Again, you would still put your molly gear over this, which is how it works. You put your armor on first, then you put the molly gear, your thin mesh molly gear over top of this. Congratulations, still for relatively lightweight, but you got all that good armor protection around the sides. You got a double padded shoulder. You have a full throat cover. This comes with a wider gorget than the one that's on the Italian even. Now, it doesn't have groin armor. It doesn't have a groin panel that I know of, but I could be wrong. So you get it, you'll find out. So each one has each one has its own features. Each one's unique. All of them work. All body armor works. It's just a matter to what degree, and right now, your bare butt hanging in the breeze is nothing but a bullet maggot. it's a snag and tag, and I got to do stitches on you. I'd rather not do stitches on you, okay? I've done lots of stitches on people. I butterflied people together that have been really mad sliced and gacked and stabbed, and just not looking forward to that again if I don't have to. If you're wearing body armor, it's less likely I'm going to have to do as much. If you are listening, buy body armor. You're going to war. The enemy's not going to slow down. If the rioters don't come down the road, the government, in conjunction with the Israelis, the federal government, the Chinese, coming down the road after the guns. Not an if, just a when. That's all there is to it. So one way or another, you're at war. Now get over it. Get on with the mission. Things we got to take care of. One more thing here real quick. I mentioned unammo.com, but I wanted to mention somebody else here as another project. I know, God, Mark gave you enough projects. You don't need any more of that. I agree, most of you don't. But over at jgsales.com, I'm going to remind you this again. Guys, there's all kinds of barrels. I've been finding them all over the place. You can put together a Smith & Wesson Model 10 where if you want to shoot somebody and keep the brass so you don't leave any brass behind, you can put together a really nice Smith & Wesson Model 10 for under $200 right now. That is an actual Smith & Wesson Model 10. Okay? Remember, when you're shooting something, it'd be nice not to have brass lying around. Police your brass. Don't leave nothing for the dinks. Or in this case, don't leave anything for the secret police. Piss on them all. You got to leave the bullets. That's about it. And there's ways you can even change that problem out, too. But anyway, the fact of the matter is that these are Smith & Wessons. They were tagged for centerfire, or not centerfire, forgive me, Century Arms. You know how those people are. Because these guns were round-nosed, 2-inch. What I believe happened is they couldn't bring them in with a barrel on them, so what they did is they torqued the barrel off and brought them in as actions. $150 a piece. They are at jgsales.com. They have the round butt model. They have the short stroke strike arm because of the short barrel. Doesn't make any difference. That'll work with any 4-inch or 6-inch that's out there, or a 5-inch barrel for a Smith. And there are a number of different options. All the information is there. We don't have much time here, so I'm going to keep it simple. Go over to jgsales.com. They have it on the front page in the scroll. Smith & Wesson 10 Model 10 revolver, 38 special, no barrel, round butt, GSS, CAI marked, and it's most are -7 variation. Most of them are -7 variation. You can read that in the description. This is a great way to put together another pistol for somebody who doesn't have one, and you're actually getting all American, which is really nice. There are copies. In fact, you'll notice you haven't seen many of those Rock Island copies of the Model 10. You know what? It looks like whatever they're bringing into the country, they already blocked them, and they've already chopped them up for parts. You know how I can figure this out? Over at gunpartscorp.com, they have entire kits for Smith & Wesson Model 10s, minus the barrel and the frame, and it's all the internals and the grips and everything for about $40, and they're brand new. So that tells me that, you know, you're not going to see. They're blocking and they're cutting off, and the UN's doing this. They don't have to do it at our end. They just do it at the other end, guys. You're not doing the math. Since the UN Small Arms Gun Grab Treaty is in place, what they're doing is strong-arming the other signatories. They don't have to tell these people what to do here, although they're already pussied up to the point where they'll just hand everything over to the commies anyway. Look what they're doing. And they're not going to man up on anything. So for everybody out there, get your act together. We got a lot of work to do. But this is another solution for any of you gun enthusiasts. By the way, barrels are available at apexgunparts.com. They're available at e-sarcoinc.com, and there are a number of barrels available over at gunpartscorp.com for the Model 10. So, personal flavor choice. What length you want? Hell, they even got the actual barrels. You're going to be spending quite a bit more, though, and I'm not really excited about that. I don't need a 2-inch revolver. I need something with more bite. I want it so it's got more energy on target and goes splat when it hits. But they do have 2-inch barrels that go right on these guns. It probably came off from, for all I know. We'll find out later. Now, other things real quick. Helmets. Somebody just asked me another question. Steel helmets are fine. Guys, for most of what you do, again, just like body armor, it's mostly to keep you from getting stabbed and bounced down, okay? Helmets, any kind of bike helmet will work. Hockey helmets are great. Remember, Delta Force used to use hockey helmets. I don't know if they've changed out, but that was their moniker. That was their signature. When you read, ignore that damn movie. Read Black Hawk Down. Read Black Hawk Down. Read. Don't watch the stupid movie. It's a bunch of propaganda crap. Read Black Hawk Down. Read Black Hawk Down. When you read it, you'll get a lot more information out of it anyway, the technical data that will help you to understand certain things. But especially, again, hockey helmet. Why? Well, what do hockey players do? They try to beat the snot out of each other. The helmet's designed to keep you from losing your brains. Think about it. So that's why they went to using hockey helmets. That's what the old Delta Force units up until not too long ago would traditionally have been using. Now, there's a bunch of new Kevlar. I'm sure they got something made for them now. Who knows? Or they bought something the Israelis shoved down their throat. Who knows? Oh,
One more time on the Mausers.
Repeat?
One more time for those Mausers.
For the Mausers, real quick, yeah, we got just enough time right now. Centerfire Systems, go there. Punch in Antique Turkish Ottoman Mauser 1893. They are $150 for a complete barreled action. Everything's there. Bolt, extractor, magazine well, all the nuts, all the bolts. Everything's there except the stock. For $150, no FFL required, 8mm Mauser, 7.92 by 57. You can get ammunition, brand new manufacturer at Apex Gun Parts. AIM Surplus for the ammo. But centerfiresystems.com, centerfiresystems.com, $149.99. I'd say that's $150, but what am I? So it's a simple action, pre-98, model 93. You can find stocks laying around out there and have to do the hunt. I hear the music. We're headed to the top, guys. God bless our
Well, I was toting my pack along a dusty gravel road when along came a semi. High and canvas covered load. Heading south along this track with me you can ride. So I climbed into his cab. I settled down inside. He asked me if I'd ever seen a gun like the one he held in his hand, and I said, listen, mate, I fired all types of guns in this here land. Well, I've shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man. There isn't one I'd shun, man, cause I've had so much fun, man. Couldn't stop one man, cause I've shot every gun. Winchester, Seiko, Bruno, Remington, Colt, Light, Sterling, Smith & Wesson, Anfield, Armalite, Puckhead, Rico, Henry, Taurus, Luger, Browning, Weatherby, CZ, Bentley, Kimber, BSA, shot a Savage, HK. I shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man. There isn't one I shun, man, cause I've had so much fun, man. Well, I couldn't stop one man, cause I've shot every gun. 79 mil 2 to 3, 38, 7, 44, 2, 3, 22, 17, 3, 3, 75, 30, 32, 73, 45, 10 gauge, 12 gauge, 60 gauge, 20 gauge, 410, paintball, 20 man, shot them all. I shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man. There isn't one I shun, man, cause I've had so much fun, man. Well, I couldn't stop one man, cause I've shot every gun. Lever action, pump action, open action, stem all the full order, no other combination, multi-barrel, double barrel, single barrel, muzzle load, lock breech, belt, basement, knocker, bolt, lockable, minigun, backgun, zip gun, single action, double action, leaving gun, squad action. I've shot every gun, man, I've shot every gun, man. There isn't one I'd shun, man, cause I've had so much fun, man. Well, I couldn't stop one man, cause I've shot every gun. Old third entrance, Rocco lift, Navy arms over, Marlin boy, took the style, Martini, Beretta, Sports Golfers, Maps,